Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala. Councillors, kindly take your seats. We start in 1 minute, please. Kindly take your seats, councillors. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. The meeting is now curate. With the permission of the chair, inshallah we start the proceedings. To perfume the air and soften the hearts, inshallah we have few verses from the Holy Quran. May I invite Brother Mohsin Karmali to bless us with the recitation. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. آمن الرسول بما وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين صدق الله العلي العظيم. صلوات.
Ahsantum, Jazakallah. Mu'mineen, we are in the days of Ghadir and Mubahila. Please, can we have a Ghadiri salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad? I go back to the chair for a preamble, inshallah. Prophet.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وبه نستعين وصلى الله على محمد وأهل بيته الطاهرين. Respected councillors, members of the World Federation Secretariat, invitees, those watching online, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Inshallah, when it comes to the introductions, we will do it tomorrow morning. Keeping in mind we have constraints of time today, and we want to give enough time to the IRT team to deliberate on the constitutional aspects, which is why we are here this afternoon. And before we hand this over to Shabar and his team, there is an important preamble that I want to provide you some information about, and I think we will go offline. Thank you very much. We will start with the first agenda item, which is the IRT report. I just want to give a very quick preamble before I invite Shabar Bhai. In fact, I will ask Shabar Bhai and Rasul Bhai to come here. It's a point of order, Amin Bhai. પછી પાછું ઓફલાઈન જવું પડશે જો આ વાત હશે અમે ઓનલાઈન થઈ ગયા છે તમને વાંધો ન હોય તો અમે In the meantime, can I request Shabar Bhai and Rasul Bhai to come here on the head table, because you will be managing this and these proceedings, or facilitating these proceedings. As far as the IRT is concerned, the Incorporation Review Team, this is the third report that is there in your pack. And you may recall that at the last Executive Council meeting in Birmingham, the team was given the task to move forward with the company limited by guarantee application and the framework to be developed with respect to CLG. They have done their work over the last 6 months, and they have socialized with all the regions, I believe. And today, they will be focused on 3 key issues that requires your input as the Executive Council. I would like to remind all the councillors that constitutional decisions cannot be made by the Executive Council. Executive Council can provide direction, but it is the conference that will ultimately decide on the fate of the new constitution in line with this whole area of IRT. So with that really, and as Shabar Bhai is settling down, I want to also take this opportunity of thanking him and his team in advance. They've put a lot of effort and have socialized this with all of you over the last 6 months. So I really hope that we can have a very focused discussion today, that this House can be educated and informed about what next steps to take, so that we can then call an extraordinary conference, constitutional conference, which we intend to call before the next ExCo, inshallah, and we will discuss those matters towards the end of that. Shabar, if you are ready, then we will pass on to you. Are we clear, Amin Bhai? Okay. Ji Shabi Bhai. Oh, okay.
We don't have confusion. So
Your mic, please, is off.
hello. Okay. So just 2 minutes. What we need, the process defined. So we have the ExCo today, and then finally this will go into the extraordinary conference. What we need to know now from you, the extraordinary conference, would it be 90-day notice or 120 days notice? So we can plan. Because don't forget, these are major changes. We need consultation. And when we get to the extraordinary conference, it is better we know today, or at least an indication, because usually we pass or vote in simple majority at 51%. This being a very major task, you may, and will be guided by the chair, you may go for, instead of simple majority, 2/3. So we need to know all that and the process of because it's finally the extraordinary conference. That's all. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم I begin in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. O God, bless Muhammad and his immaculate household. Fortify the frontiers of the Muslims through your might. Support their defenders through your strength, and lavish upon them gifts through your wealth. World Federation Pramukh Sahib, World Federation Upramukh Sahib, World Federation Hodedaro ne Trustee, Regional Federation Pramukh Sahibo ane Trustee, elected councillors, nominated councillors, Komna Wadilo, Maji Pramukh Sahibo, Mao tata beno, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. 11 મહિના પહેલા તમે આ ચીજને એક કામ આપ્યા હતા કે જે લોકોને 5 વર્ષ લાગે કરવાને તમે મને કીધા 6 મહિનામાં પતાવી દે ને બધું બંધ કરી નાખ. ત્યારે બી હું કીધો તો કે આ 6 મહિનાનું કામ નથી, પણ છતાંય તમારો જો સાથ હશે તો અમે આ સાથે કામ કરશું અને એનો નતીજોમાં અમે પહોંચશું. 6 મહિના પછી અમે ડિસેમ્બરમાં મળ્યા, જેમાં હું તમને માંગણી કર્યો કે તમે મને બીજા 6 મહિના દ્યો તો હું આ કામ તમને પતાવી દઉં. અને તમારો આભાર છે કે તમે એ મને આપ્યા, પણ 6 મહિના પહેલાં અમે અહીંયા પહોંચી ગયા છે. અને હું તમને વચન આપ્યો હતો ત્યારે કે હું આ કામ કરીને તમને લઈ આવી દઈશ તમારા નેક્સ્ટ એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલ મિટિંગમાં જ્યારે બધા હોદ્દેદારો સાથે હશે. તો આજે પહેલાં તો હું માફી માંગું, જેમ સેક્રેટરી જનરલ સાહેબ કહી ગયા છે કે મને લાગે છે હું ખબર નહીં કેટલી ટ્રીઓને હું બરબાદ કર્યો છું, કારણ કે તમને હું 80 પેજનો એક રિપોર્ટ આપ્યો છું. તો પહેલાં એનું મને માફ કરજો કે તમને 80 પેજનો રિપોર્ટ વાંચું આપ્યું, પણ એમાં મને લાગે છે કે અમે કોશિશ કર્યા છે કે જેટલું અમારાથી થઈ શકે એ બધું તમને ઇન્ફોર્મેશન આપ્યા. ફોર અ સિમ્પલ રીઝન, because of what we were trying to do is so major, but at the same time we needed to take you through the journey that we have been on. So if my IRT members were to show you their files, it is probably 4 times bigger than this, because we wanted to take our time, look at it from every angle, look at every balance to say how do we proceed, knowing full well that I was the one who said conference માં કે તમે મને golden હથકડી માં બાંધી લ્યો. તો હવે જ્યારે હથકડી બાંધેલી હતી તો મારી પાસે મૂવરેબિલિટીમાં નહોતું, તો 80 પેજ થયું. જો તમે ન નાખ્યા હો તો ખબર નહીં કેટલા પેજીસ થયા હોત. So now I have made the assumption you have all read the 80 pages. If you haven't read, I will be talking for the next 10 minutes. Please peruse through that at this point. Because if I set through the 80 pages, I think not only the trustees of the World Federation, but each and every one of you will actually start throwing tomatoes as such to say, listen, time to go home now. Yeah? So let me set the scene of what we are trying to do. And like I did in Birmingham, I'm going to be very open and transparent as to what is my ask at the end of what I'm going to say. Today, there are 2 asks that I have from this august body. One is I have 2 issues on which I need your guidance on, so that we can finalize the document. And 2, should you feel that the people you elected at the May 2024 conference have done a decent enough job, right? Then you are the body, and you are the only body that has the ability to call an extraordinary conference to have this document approved. Now, when you go to the extraordinary conference, this is not a simple resolution to say, bas resolution che 51% what are you? This is a 2/3 majority issue, because it is going to change the entire, actually it's not even changing the entire constitution, it's creating a new entity for which the old organization will get transitioned into the new organization, right? In some, so that is the structure, right? I will give you a broad overview of where we are, the 2 issues that I need guidance on, and as you would have expected from me, I have a resolution ready, Should you feel that we have done a decent enough job for you to approve, for you guys to call an extraordinary conference, right? So that's what I call my preamble of how we've set up. Alhamdulillah, what we've been able to do, Shahidli, yep. So Birmingham finished in December. What we then did was what we called a modeling contest. So we went out to a number of law firms to say we have got an agreed framework. We now need somebody to draft that framework. And we had about 4 or 5 law firms who came in and gave their presentations. We ended up with one firm, DSC Beechcroft, and we actually did a whole analysis as to why we went with them and the experience they have and all of that. Just to give you a flavor, the partner dealing with this actually is a charity and corporate specialist with 15 years experience and actually sits on the interim receivers committee of the Charities Commission of UK. So we have somebody who actually understands what they are doing from a corporate and structuring perspective. Instructions were given, they did their drafting. I think we have gone back and forth so many times with her on minutiae detailed issues of this, that. We've pushed back on different issues to say, we look at it this way, they look at it that way. We were then able to reach a consensus on what the document should look like. Then the entire internal team went and did a whole review. You'll appreciate this is a 34-page document, and we had a working team, which was Rasul Bhai, Ali Hassan Qasim, who's now the Honorary Secretary of Africa Federation, and myself, who did the initial piece of work. Then it went to the full IRT, who then started reviewing, because we then get blinded because we are seeing the same document over and over again. They did their piece of work. We then went back. We did revisions. We went back and forth. And at this juncture, I have to, and I think Rasul Bhai will agree with me, that the detailed work that Irfan Bhai Karim did from India Federation was actually phenomenal, right? He went line by line on saying, actually, you know, there's an error here, there's an error there, and actually the enhanced document is here because every member of the IRT team actually put in close to 8 to 10 hours just reviewing the document. So we've done a lot of detailed work around that. As you know, I have engaged with every regional federation over this period so that we could answer queries, questions, concepts, why did we do what we did, and all of that. And now we are at this stage to say, okay, so this is where we are at. So I've given you the overview. Now, I have been given a hard stop of 6:30, but then Pramukh Sahib has now said he wants to finish early because he has another agenda that he wants to in. So I am now at your hands. As I told the new Pramukh of Nasimko Sahib, hame velu patavili to pachi hame bada jai chai piwa. To have tame patavili to pachi hame chai piwa jai. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very technical document, and I appreciate it's a very serious matter, but we need a little lightheartedness, otherwise we will all end up probably in A&E with brains fried after having read all of those documents. Now, what does the new document, what does the new structure look like? The members at the top, which is exactly the same now. Who are the members? The members are the 6 regional federations. I will use the word shareholders interchangeably with members. They mean exactly the same thing. The only reason I'm using the word member is because a company limited by guarantee has members, not shareholders. But their role, their rights, their responsibilities are identical, exactly the same. Right? So right at the top are the 6 regional federation members. They own, i.e. shareholders of the World Federation. Underneath them is the second tier, which is the new language of MREC. Long form is Members Representative Executive Council. So your Executive Council, as we know, is this august body. But they are a subset of the shareholder. And this is where, even at the last Executive Council meeting, there was an ask for us to see whether we can look at this whole nominated councillor issue. We've looked at it. There is no solution to it because the MREC, the Executive Council, is a subset of the shareholder, not a subset of the trustee. right? And therefore, you need members who appoint or elect their people, not the other way around. And then after that are the trustees of the organization who run day-to-day operations of the organization, and that is no different from our current structure. So now, what's different from our current structure then? Same trustees. On the MREC, you have the same, which is 8 members from every regional federation for parity. You have obviously the trustees, and then you have 8 elected members who are, in our language, 8 elected councillors who would be elected at triennial conference. The difference is that the nominated councillor is no longer there. What is their role now? This is where the distinction starts coming in. Their role is very clear. Their role is they are an oversight body holding account to the trustees. So now it is the MREC who will approve the annual budget. Previously, the budget used to be approved by conference once every 3 years. And then we would say, okay, have it, we don't even know what is happening tomorrow, but we are budgeting. So this is now an annual thing, which the members' representative will approve annually, for which you will hold the Board of Trustees account, right? When they report every 6 months, you will hold them to account as to how is your budget, what has happened, what has not happened, right? And there's a whole schedule of their specific rights, and it is in Schedule B, right? Schedule A is the rights of the ultimate exec conference, which is then a strategic body looking forward as to what should the strategy be of the organization for the next 3+ years, as opposed to them getting bogged down into what happened. That is the role of the members' representative executive council, to hold the Board of Trustees to account, right? So the legal form, WF is currently an unincorporated. It will become an incorporated. Executive Council will change into Members Representative Executive Council. Presidential election. Current rules suggest that they are grassroots election. Under the new rules, that is one of the issues I will seek your guidance from. Where should the election of the President of the World Federation of Khoja Shia Itnashri take place? We will come into detail more. So that is one issue I need guidance on. Remember, I said there are 2 issues. The role restrictions is the next issue. Under the old constitution, it is only the trustees. On the new structure, that is where I need your guidance. And I will speak a little more about that as soon as I go through. In the old constitution, the conflicts of interest clauses were there, but very basic. On these new ones, they are a lot more detailed and enforced policy. Mainly because a company limited by guarantee has already got corporate structures on conflict of interest enshrined in company law. So they are there because it is part and parcel of how a company operates for conflict of interest. Voting rights are very defined and specific on how you do votes. It's literally a corporate. It's a corporation where all these rules come about. Trustees' duty have fiduciary trustees' duty, and records are, effectively, it is a corporation, so you need a lot of paperwork records to make sure all the records are right, as opposed to informal records, right? Now, in our packs, we have done a whole spreadsheet, which you would have seen, where we've looked at the old constitution and looked at the new constitution and what each of those mean. So we've done that piece of work as well. What we've also done is we've gone and given you a broad, I think it's a 3 or a 4-page summary of what the 34-page article looks like broadly in different formats. We've gone another stage forward, where we took the 100-page legal judgment, looked at all the weaknesses that it had picked up, and then and you have it in your packs of how we have addressed it to tighten them up so that they are strengthened for the benefit of the organization. And there are places where we haven't been able to do anything about it. And if you actually look at it, it's mainly to do with the election process, which once you have guidance from today, that will mean that the rules for election that are being created need to look at that so that they can tighten those areas as well. So we have tried to give you, I wouldn't say death by spreadsheets, but I would say death by reports of different ways and different formats to try to make this technical issue a little more easier and palatable for all of you, right? So there are two, so what I will also do is, there are two issues we need guidance on, and then once we reach a guidance to us as IRT, then it's going to be the resolution, right? And I'm putting it up front. And the resolution is broadly straightforward to say, if you approve in principle, you would then, as the body, call an extraordinary conference, and then at the extraordinary conference, it will be put to the members. If they approve, then the trustees can apply to the Charities Commission with the new document to start the process of registration, right? So that's the process. And we can go into a lot more detail if you wish to. That is not an issue. If you remember, in Birmingham, there's an issue around Dubai Jamaat, because at the moment they're associate members. And I can tell you all, and you'll all know this under corporate law, you cannot have an associate member. Either they are a shareholder or they're not a shareholder. Now, in my capacity and personally, I have worked out a couple of options for Dubai Jamaat in which they can federate. They are already, the Secretariat is aware, and Dubai Jamaat is aware. They need to take some initiatives and steps to make that happen, right? And that is for them now to take action. I can't do that action. But the concept of an associate non-voting shareholder doesn't exist, right? Unless you're going to have it another 80 pages now to start having all these. But from a conceptual perspective, they don't exist, right? So that is one element. Last time there was discussions about, well, we need to define the word koja and not and this and that. માફ કરજો, પણ એ મારું સ્પેશિયાલિટી નથી. એમાં વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન પાસે તો આખી ટીમ છે, ખોજા હેરિટેજ ટીમની. આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન પાસે આખી આર્કાઇવની ટીમ છે, right? There needs to be a team who will specifically look at that issue, come up with a definition, and all we need to do is insert it in the document when it's ready. It is not a deal breaker. It is not a stop shop to say, oh, we can't do anything because we don't have the definition, because let us be honest, since 1976's constitution, which I actually have a copy of here, they never defined it. We've never had a problem, and I can't see it being a problem. But doesn't mean we don't have to do the work, but a specialist group of dedicated people need to come and do that piece of work, right? So that leaves us the two issues that are now remaining. One is around role restriction, and the second one is around the election of the president. And then I will open it up for feedback, questions, and thoughts. Role restrictions. This is a governance issue rather than any other issue. And the question that the House has to answer is very specific. The Board of Trustees are all from Khoja Shia Itnashri members. And the MREC, which is the Members Representative Executive Council, are the body that hold the trustees to account and hold them accountable for what is happening, right? Therefore, who should hold, if I can use the current president, Safdar Bhai, Ali Jawad, Habib Bhai, Mohsin and Sajjad, to account? It's a governance issue, nothing else, right? I have had lots of conversations where people are saying, yeah, but you know, we are not structured like that. Hold on. And Hassan Bhai, even in today's morning forum, was very clear, and it is actually clearly from 1976, when they defined the word community, they find it to be the broader community, but a Khoja organization whose service is for all, formed by the Khojas as a unit so that we can be under one central umbrella, but service is to all. Nobody is touching the service part, by the way. It is, even in the current definition, it is not being touched. It is the same as it is always been since 1976. That has not been touched. The question is, where should their restriction get to, right? Under the current model, it stops at the Board of Trustees. Should it go any further? Now, what are the layers after the Board of Trustees? You have the 8 elected members who will be elected at conference. Then you have 8 regional federation representatives. Now, these are representative of the 6 regions, who then come on the MREC. And then finally, you have the delegates who come once every 3 years on the same algorithm of 1 delegate per 1,000 members with a maximum cap of 20. Right? That's the first bit you need to give me guidance on so that I can draft accordingly. Now, the drafting. Now, let us now come to the drafting. Like any other koja, right, I have drafted it in a way that is provocative. And I'm going to tell you that. And I've never hidden that fact. In my drafting, when we were drafting this, we have gone to the nth degree where every position within the World Federation is close to only a Khoja member. Right? So I'm not hiding it. It's not in small print. That's what it is. Is that the right answer or the wrong answer? That is for you to tell me so that I can adjust it accordingly so that the final document, should you feel that we have done a robust enough job, for you to call a conference, for the conference then ultimately to approve. Right? Because if I don't put it in writing, you won't see it in black and white. It becomes just, maneno bada habari. It just becomes a long-winded discussion that will never end. Right? And I was saying, Nasimko, yesterday's meeting, I used the word, we can have this discussion until the cows come home and you'll never get to the end of it. Ultimately, a decision. Ultimately, I need guidance from you to us as the IRT as to which way we need to go. That's the first element. The second element is about the presidential election. Where should that be? I need some guidance on it. And then we'll come to the resolution part. Hopefully, this gives you enough of a flavor where we are coming from, what we've tried to achieve. Rasul Bhai, am I missing anything? No. As you know, myself and Rasul Bhai are your public-facing members of the IRT. We were here in Birmingham. We are here as well. We have Ali Hassan, who hasn't been able to join physically, but he is online. I have Irfan Bhai Kareem as well from India, who has also joined. And the president of Pakistan Federation is also a member of my IRT team, Abul Hassan Bhai Gokal. He is also on the virtually online. Right? This sets the context. Kharab nahi, 3:35 thya. That's where we are at. I need your feedback. If we've made errors, mistakes, questions. If there are technical questions, I'm happy to take them. If we focus on those 2 particular issues which are challenging so that we can reach a level of consensus on it, if we can. If not, you will tell me how you want me to draft it. And then what we will do is then I will talk about the next steps. And I'm going to go into detail the next steps so you understand exactly what the next trajectory looks like as opposed to just being, okay, now what? It's not, I will tell you the full trajectory, but that is if I've done a good enough job. Because if I haven't done a good enough job, you will guide me as to what I need to do to get to that stage. Right? That's the preamble. Rasul Bhai reminded me, he said, I think we need to give you a rationale as to why the role restriction issue has come about. We are forming a corporation, a company. Normally, a company has shareholders, and therefore the question happens, who are the shareholders of the organization? That's the key question. Yes, the 6 are, and then when the elected ones come, because we have to remain as close to it, the elected members, yes, they have only 1 vote, also are shareholders in their right every 3 years. Then they change, the rules have been created so they go off and then come back in, and that is where it is, right? Either I have bored everybody to death.
So just for further clarification about this role restrictions. Currently, the membership there's only 1 member as it stands at the moment, and those are regional federations. The 6 regional federations are members, and they appoint their own representatives to then who take part in the voting and discussions and all that. The issue that we had, very similar to the nominated councillors, how do we make the elected councillors be able to attend meetings, discuss in meetings, and vote in meetings? That was the biggest challenge. And in order to overcome that challenge, the only way we could do it is to make them members as well. So the major difference in the structure that we're now facing is that before you had one member, you now have 3 members. The first membership, with the main owner shareholders, is the regional federations. The second is the trustees, because the trustees will have to attend meetings, and the trustees will also need to vote, discuss and vote. But they have to become a member in order to undertake that responsibility. And the third one is the elected councillors, elected members. That's why it's important, and that's the reason why we're having this discussion about restricted roles. Because the members are the Khoja Sheikhnashi regional federations. The trustees is already restricted to Khoja Sheikhnashi members. So if we then decided to have a different process where there's no restrictions on the members, then that would then conflict with the 2 already membership tiers that we already have. Hence, it's important, and hence why we're having this discussion today on this particular issue.
We are open to feedback. Ji Arif Ali bhai.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think that we have had quite thorough consultation processes in place, and I commend the IRT for having had these. There's also been ample opportunity for the membership, that means all the 6 members, to be able to feed in. So when it comes to the IRT itself, it has had representation from the membership, but then thereafter you've also sought feedback. Rightly or not rightly, that is an interpretation, but you have not taken a stance on those points which you articulated at the very beginning. However, I think you have received feedback. That feedback has reached a point where almost consensus has been reached. Therefore, I have 2 pathways. Which one you would like to go down? I would suggest that you go down to the point where there is no consensus yet, or rather you say that you have consensus all these points except this one remaining. So that's pathway 1. Pathway 2 is that you go to resolution and you ask the question in an opposite manner. Does anyone have any else objections? So it's an opposite way rather than a normal propose and second. Between those 2 pathways, I think it will save us a lot of time because we're close to consensus. I can speak lots about it. However, I want to spare everyone not to. Thank you.
Thank you, Arif Ali bhai. I'm moving towards pathway 1, but Nasim Kos Pramukh Sahib wants to say.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for the clarification, Rasul. I just have one point of further clarification, if I may. Your explanation for this role restriction is based on the premise that all 6 federations are Khoja?
No.
Can you clarify that? Because I thought I heard that.
So our premise is that all 6 regional federations are already members of the World Federation.
Got it. Okay, that's different. Okay.
Yeah, that's the simple premise under which we're working on.
Got it. Okay.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay, because this whole idea of completing the loop and sort of possibly including the councillors to be Khoja, I thought the premise was that. That is not the premise, right? Okay, Hassan, thank you.
We went back to the 1976 premise in the opening address of Marhum Hussein Rahim's speech, where he talks about why the organization was formed by the Khojas, but service was open to all. And I think NASIMCO became members in, well, Africa Federation was first in 1945, and it was the model that the World Federation copied. Then it, in 1980s, if I'm not mistaken, Ostenba is not here, when NASIMCO became a member, and then it was COEG, and then it was Pakistan, and then it was India Federation, and then it was KAC, which is the Khoja Association for the Australasian Communities. It used to be FSC, it's changed its name to KAC, right? Khoja Association, KCA, Khoja Communities Association, sorry, right? So, Ji Zafar.
Assalamu alaikum. So, quick question. I know beyond the two matters that you need guidance on, will there be an opportunity to cover other points which I think are important as well? So I have a few questions around certain rights and responsibilities of the various bodies. And so I just want to check in that kind of order, how do we get to the two main points and then perhaps a miscellaneous section?
So my thought process is I want to clear these two, and then I will open up for more, and I can deal with all the queries before I come to the resolution part. Now, Disha,
with your permission, I've got a question, point out for the Secretariat. It's not a point of order, it's a point of info. You see, if I understand right, according to the directives or the rules we have from the Charities Commission to having hybrid and Zoom meetings, the requirement is that they should be seen and heard. Even if it is not, we are about to embark on something we haven't done in this term and probably not something very major and serious. So our participation, at least for our council, is so important. We have high tech here. Because it will help us this internal on the phone. Instead of having a small screen, can we not have the big screen for the Zoom participants? It'll save us, community. Because I won't even know the name. So it's not from charity side, but it would help. Look, we got two huge screens. If we put that, then we can have an interaction, because we're coming to something very, very important. And I'm seeing us here, at least one screen, if you give, it has to be seen and heard. Thank you.
I take your point, Shabir bhai, inshallah. Hassan.
Ji Abbas bhai.
So from NASIMCO's perspective, I think I just want to, for the record, state that we are one of the federations. As you know, we do have non-Khoja members. And I thank Shabir bhai for educating us yesterday and also taking the time out to explain to us this process of how we got here. And we've met with other federation presidents. From NASIMCO's perspective, after having understood all the feedback and the preamble that you provided us, we are of the opinion that it is okay to move towards a resolution where there is consensus amongst all the region presidents to try and maybe close this loophole, perceived loophole, of basically getting the councillors to be Khoja as well. We were going to try and come up with some really crafty solution to get some decent representation for NASIMCO, but as you know, NASIMCO is we have two lady councillors, as you have seen, and we have a non-Khoja member as well. Said Kashif is here as well as a delegate, and so we are very with the times, so to speak, but we're also very cognizant that we need to move in a certain direction, and so we're willing to go with the consensus. Hassan.
Thank you very much, and I'm grateful to both Arif Ali Bhai and Abbas Bhai for bringing this issue. So the regions have been talking, and just for the councillors who are not aware, I had spoken to all the regional presidents and said, listen, we can be here for the next 6 hours, but if you guys can reach a consensus, ultimately this is your organization, right? And if you can reach consensus, we don't need resolution because there's a consensus on the issue, right? From what I understand, the consensus that it's getting towards is so the board of directors is closed anyways, from the members representative executive council, the 8 elected members, there will be a role restriction of them being Khoja Shia Itnashri. The 8 regional federation members is going to be silent as is, and there is no change from that, and the same will apply to delegates. That's what my understanding of the consensus is. Amin bhai. Maaf karjo, Pramukh Sahab. Rijawat bhai, if you can just keep an eye on the screen, because I find it difficult. I'm not used to hybrid meetings, so if...
Like me.
Yeah, so that if you tell me if somebody has raised the hand, it just makes it easy for me. Maaf karjo, Pramukh Sahab.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. આમાં જે બધે રીજન છે બરાબર છે કે કન્સેસસ આવે, પણ તોય મને એક પોઈન્ટ જરાક ધ્યાન દેવું છે કે આ નોન ખોજા ખોજા એ સેન્સિટિવ ઇસ્યુ છે. તમે આપણે હમણાં એ કહે છે કે બરાબર છે કે ટ્રસ્ટી ઓલા 8 ઇલેક્ટેડ એ ખોજા હોય, બરાબર. પછી આપણે રીજન ઉપર મૂકે છે, બરાબર ને. મને વાંધો નથી, ઇટ્સ વેરી ગુડ, પણ આપણને ભવિષ્ય જોવું જોઈએ. આજે આપણે બધા અહીંયા બેઠા છે, આપણે એક વિઝન ઉપર જાય છે, પણ મને નથી ખપતું કે કાલે રીજનને આ ડિફિકલ્ટ હેન્ડલ કરવું જોઈએ. કાલે રીજનમાં વળી મેમ્બર નોન મેમ્બર લઈ આવે ન લઈ આવે તો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનમાં જેટલા આવે એ ક્લિયર પોલિસી હોય તો બેટર છે. આજે બરાબર છે આપણે આમ કન્સેસસ કરે છે કે રીજન ઉપર આપણે મૂકી દઈએ, પણ થોડાક વર્ષ રહી રીજન હેન્ડલ કરી શકશે આ પ્રોબ્લેમ? એવું નથી આ પ્રોબ્લેમ પાછો ફરીથી આવે. અને હું વ્યૂ દઉં છું ને આમાં ડિસ્ક્રિમિનેશન કોઈ ન લઈ જાય, કારણ કે આપણે કે સ્ટેટ નથી, તો આપણે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન રિજનલ ફેડરેશન આપણે બધા એક એસોસિએશન મેમ્બર છે. અને જ્યારે આગાની ઓફિસ સાથે વાત થઈ હતી તો એનોય પણ નજરાનો એ હતો કે બની શકે તો તમે ખોજા કોમ ગવર્નન્સ તમારા હાથમાં રાખો, બીજા બધા કરારો હોય રિલેશન હોય એમાં આપણે ઓપન લઈએ. અને એનોય એ કહેવાનો મકસદ હતો કે જો ગવર્નન્સમાં તમે લોકો એકદમ ઓપન રહેશો તો કલ્ચર સરખા નહીં હોય, એવું ન થાય કે કાલે તમને ગવર્નન્સમાં ખોજા કોમને પ્રોબ્લેમ થાય. તો આ હું ધ્યાન ખેંચું છું કે અટાણે ઓકે આપણે કહે છે કે રીજન લઈ આવી શકે છે, પણ એવું નથી થોડાક વર્ષ રહી અને આ પ્રોબ્લેમ રીજન હેન્ડલ ન કરી શકે તો આપણે પાછા આ પ્રોબ્લેમમાં આવી શકે છે.
Thank you, Pramukh Sahib. I saw Dr. Moledina's hand on the screen. Dr. Sahib.
I hope he's not driving.
Assalamu alaikum, participants. Shabir bhai, as you rightly pointed out...
Sorry, Dr. Sahib, 1 second. We can't hear you. Oh, sorry. Ji. Sorry, Dr. Sahib, 1 second.
You can't drive.
So it's just a request to councillors on the Zoom call, as we have written in the chat box. If you'd like to speak, kindly write SSS in the chat box. And if it is a point of order, please kindly write PPP. So we'll inshallah come to you in a chronological order.
Mr. Secretary General, the chat was disabled. That's why I couldn't put the triple S there.
My apologies, Dr. Sahib. Bismillah. Bismillah.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, participants. Now, Shabir bhai, amazing work. As you pointed out, that instead of the Executive Council, now it's going to be the members' representative Executive Council. So I feel that probably we're going to find an avenue there whereby whether 8 or 12 or 6 elected councillors are given a chance to be elected from each regions, so the 6 regions have equal representative and the rest 2 can be elected for anywhere. Otherwise, one region may have all...
Dr. Sahib, are you driving currently, Dr. Sahib?
Yes.
May I humbly suggest you pause, park and come back?
I'm a passenger, I'm being driven.
You are being driven. My apology, Dr. Sahib.
Okay. So the point I'm trying to make is that since now it is an MREC, to have equal representation throughout the globe, probably the first 6 should be given an opportunity to be elected from each region, and the rest, whether 2 or whatever, they are selected across the globe. Just a point. Thank you.
Thank you, Maji Pramukh Sahib. I can answer that simply before I go to Shabir Bhai. I think Maji Pramukh Sahib is looking at the 1976 Constitution. Jema Lakelu hatu ke the President shall nominate 5 individuals as members of the Executive Council with regards to the following hemispheres: East Africa, India, Pakistan, Middle East, Canada, Europe, and United States. I mean, 1976, there were 6 regional federations of India. And they've already come now, and they have 8 representatives per region sitting at the Executive Council. The whole point of the elected councillors was to provide independent oversight and assist the members, and the members are the 6 regions, to help them hold the Board of Trustees to account. If that means that during elections that people work around the way they need to work around, that is a matter of the house of the conference, rather than stipulating which way one goes or doesn't go, because then you end up in this rabbit hole of saying, okay, membership chair, nathi, this. It gets a bit more complex than just a election, because you're asking for independent people to hold it to oversight, right? So that's what it is. Shabir Bhai.
Maji Manantri Sahib, can I make a point?
Ji?
Maji Secretary General Sahib.
Ji.
The point I was trying to make is now the structure is changing towards the members' representative. I felt that that point should be considered, whereby the elected councils also are equally represented from the regions.
Thank you, Pramukh Sahib, Maji Pramukh Sahib. So the issue, I think what Pramukh Sahib is Maji Pramukh Sahib is trying to say is, even in the election, there should be 1 from each region, and then you've got 2. It's a matter of debate. It can be put into the rules if you need to. It doesn't need to go into the actual articles itself, and that is something the Executive Council wishes. We can look at it as rules. So that's not a issues on how we can manage that actual process through. Shabir Bhai.
Mr. Chairman, Shabir Bhai, you being an expert linguist and lawyers and all sorts of things, you know, sometimes we are in a situation where I am at the moment, that you want to say something or make a statement, but it's with very strong caution, so that the perception is not, and I'm coming up very clean, there's no perception. I need you to enlighten us. We're saying that everybody else in the board of directors or in the board is going to be a COJA. Now, I'm not coming to whether COJAs and non-COJA as yet, except, now, to bring this new introduction of COJA. So at the moment, it's only the trustees or the president who has to be a COJA, and not the Executive Council. Now, we are making that change, and there is a reason why you're making a change. So I need you to enlighten us that if there is, I'm sure there's a good reason to bring, and I think this consensus word, we have to be very careful, because then it's portraying some. So if that is the reason, then why are we making an exception? Does that reason for change doesn't apply to the 8? You know, have I expressed myself? You know, I'm not worried what I'm saying. I just want to be very, very cautious it's not taken wrongly. What I'm saying is you're making a change for a reason. Okay, checks and balances, but that's not the COJA, non-COJA. That's the reason you are making a change. So why is that change not applicable? So the whole house or the whole board is uniform. So if you could explain to us, then we can look at consensus, because we don't have a consensus at the moment. Not for any reason, we need to be informed to come to a consensus. Thank you.
Shabir Bhai, the point that you're making, I think we sort of alluded to that point early on. The point that you've just made, the premise is that the members are there. When you move on to the new structure, we'll still have the 6 same members. The only issue will be Dubai Jamaat when they become a member, because there's no associate membership. But the 6 members, Nasimco, Kuwait, Africa, are there. Correct? Now, each federation, like Abbas Bhai said, his Nasimco has an open membership. Yeah? Africa may have a closed membership. So the issue isn't about squaring that. That won't change because those members will be carried forward to the new entity. Yeah? So what we've said is that the Khoja, if, like Amin Bhai said, that in the future there becomes a necessity that we may need to look at that, the current articles of association gives that right to you. Because if you look at clause number 34, rules, you can actually put it within the rules that because it still stands. You don't, it's not the reason why we've addressed it in the articles is because of membership. To partake in a meeting, you have to be a member. If you're not a member, then you can't partake in a meeting. And that's why we've got 3 members. Previously, in this current format, there's only 1 member, which are regional federations. But under the company limited by guarantees, you can only partake in a meeting if you're a member. And therefore, the trustees will become a member with 1 person with 1 vote. And the 8 elected councillors will also become members with one vote.
I understand the membership. So the membership is coming where one region is open membership to Khojas and non-Khojas. So I can understand that. But then maybe it's a membership requirement that you don't have it. Now, I know the practicality, and let's be honest with Nasim. I'm asking you one thing, that then why even bother about, let's leave it to the, that's just my an argument, let's leave it to the trustees, then why are you going to the Executive Council? Why? Why are you bringing that restriction there? There is a reason you want to do that, but now, when it's a question of accommodating, we need to find other ways. But you can't just say exception to 1 member. Maybe the next membership criteria would be so strict, it would only allow Kachi Khojas. Now, I'm just saying, why is that? I mean, you know, if we are trying to accommodate, we'll find ways, we'll accommodate. But I don't think that's fair to say, okay, this group, no. Then leave the rest of the group open. Today, Africa is closed, okay? Tomorrow, it's opening. Europe, okay, they've got a constitution which says it can never happen. But they can amend constitution, it can open up. So what I'm saying, we are making this exercise for what? You know, accountability and checks and balances, Khoja, non-Khojas, we have it, both of us. So if you're making a change for a suspension part, are we doing this to accommodate? Then we got to find another way. Because the change is a must, according to your IRT now, then it should be across the board. Why is one? That's what I wanted you to enlighten so we know. You know, we've talked. I wouldn't bring here, so I can still take it offline. Thank you.
I think the answer is around governance. The answer is around governance. When 1976 the organization was formed, it was formed by the KSI community for it to be centralized across the globe, right? And therefore, it's their organization, but providing service to everybody. But it's their organization. So therefore, the questions that we are raising through the process is who should be those people who hold these people to account? No. This is an important discussion, and that's why I'm... So from the president bit, it closed before. In the board, it was closed from 2011. Yeah. Correct.
Why there? If it's checks and balances and accountability, open it up. Sorry.
No. I understand what Shabir Bhai is saying, and I don't think this is a contentious issue. This is about getting people through, understand the process, the information, because that is the whole process. This isn't about rights and wrongs, it's about how we've got to where we've got to. So before I come to Arif Ali Bhai, and then I'm going to come to, I think, Ibrahim Bhai and Arif Bhai, so let me just give a quick potted history. When the organization was formed, it was fully open, and then at some point, the president of the World Federation had to be a Khoja only, and then, in fact, it was Africa Federation's move, Kumel Bhai was actually the mover, who then closed the entire trustees to be Khoja only, because it is about not only governance, but it is also about asset protection, right? Arif Ali Bhai. I will then come to Ibrahim Bhai and Arif.
I think we should just make it very clear where we are and where are we going. I love the point which Rasool Bhai said about who are the members and the definition of who members are, and there are three kinds of members here. When it comes to the president as well as the board of trustees, they are stipulated currently in the constitution to be Khojas. To go away from that was not the mandate of the IRT. So if we can agree all on that, we are not opening up a new box. When it comes to the appointed councillors by the president, that has gone over through 2 cycles where legal advice has been sought, and we have gone through that part already. So there will be no appointed councillors, except for 2 of them which are board of trustees, which also has got a ratification angle. Then there are 8 elected councillors. I understood what Rasool Bhai said, and also yourself, Shabar Bhai, that what you are saying here is that you have 8 positions, which it would be an anomaly, a clear anomaly, if this conference would go and appoint non-Khojas, so it becomes actually an anomaly per se. And there, I understand that there are 2 points why the anomaly comes about. One is about there's just no conformity, but there's another angle about not opening up another Pandora's box again on some other membership angle. So understood that. This is actually a clear numbers game when you go through getting a constitution. What remains are the 8 councillors multiplied by 6. So the 48. Now really here, the point you have chosen to express and to expand on is that who are the members of the World Federation. And there are 6, but it's not World Federation who imposes rules onto its membership. The power of the conference comes clearly by majority by the membership. So this is why we could not go to Nasimco, now I'm speaking very clear language, cannot go to say to Nasimco that you go and change your constitution. We could, but it's not the way of we could decide it right here. And there are 2 reasons why we couldn't. Reason number 1 is that that's not the mandate given for the IRT. That's the simple reason. The second reason is an existential reason. The existential reason is that we were served with a membership of these 6 members, not to have not a 5 membership and then Nasimco is not a member. This is called you opening up the door to the utopian, and we're not going there. So hence, from a mathematical point of view, we know 48 minus 8, I'm saying things which you will not say. 48 minus 8 will be with 99% probability Khojas. From the 8 Nasimco councillors, it is their prerogative, my brothers and my sisters' prerogative, Nasimco's prerogative on who to choose. But the major difference is not that one, it is the 8 elected one, which due to practicality. Why am I saying this? Because I want everyone to be on one page what we are discussing. And if everyone thinks that I've made it clear of where we are, then let's go to the next point. Because everything which I expressed, and if I see nods from yourselves, I actually do think that we should now go next step further. And through the chair, I'm asking if Shabir Bhai, if I was clear and you understand where we've come to. It doesn't mean that there's perfect answer, but this is there. And I think that we will not be otherwise be able to solve this one. And Nasimco does not have a mandate to go back today to go and change the whole organization. Asante.
So you'll have to, so first of all, you'll have to excuse me. I have never run a hybrid meeting in my life. So this is where it gets a little tricky for me. But Alijad Bhai tells me there are 4 people who are waiting online. I also have Ibrahim Bhai, Arif Bhai, and Amin Bhai, right? So if we start with Amin Bhai, then we take the people who've put their hands up online, then I will come to you, Ibrahim Bhai and Arif Bhai. So I seek your indulgence and I seek your forgiveness. These hybrid meetings are utopian for me. Pramukh sir.
So Amin Bhai followed by Ali Bhai Shroff online. Bismillah, Amin Bhai.
હા મને તમને એક સવાલ કરવું છે કે જે એમરેકમાં છે કાઉન્સિલર they are part of governance or not?
They are 100% part of governance.
તમે
100% part of governance.
એમરેકના જે કાઉન્સિલર છે they are part of governance or not?
They 100% are part of governance.
Noted.
So just an addition, small budget method, yeah? You know, I think, Mr. Chair, the House here has to understand the historical experiment. And I think you and I was a councillor, and how the 8 came about. It was 2014, Africa Federation moved a motion. Kumel Manji was the Secretary General, and you were instrumental. And we passed the motion from 5 to 8. They were all 5s. And there was a reason, because Africa had 3 vice presidents, which India followed. So, you know, if I don't take, so that was moved. Simultaneously, or following, a resolution was moved. This Khoja was not in the original, in the initial constitution. It was amended, I think 2014. And it was amended that the trustees can only be Khoja. It wasn't there all these years. And I'll tell you at that, and very nice of Nasimco, because they were fixed in this, half of the Jamaat, this was unanimously resolved, unanimous. Nasimco played a role. So I think we can see now, we got to look into it, how did they manage at that time, but it was not easy for Nasimco. And I think Gulambas by Najafi was the chairman. Yeah, thank you.
Ali Bhai Shroff.
Assalamu alaikum, Pramukh Sahib and the August House. See, when it comes to an institution as big as World Federation, and when it comes to a representation of Khojas, I think the biggest asset of this community is the democratic setup that we have. And mashallah, because of that, we exist and we are a point of or source of attraction for the other communities as well. Prima facie, why would somebody want to come and sit on the table of the World Federation? Would be to serve humanity at large, or communities, or, you know, the largest Shia communities also. Now, we have various other institutions as well, where you have opportunity, where you have trust, where you have so many others working in this field. Now, primarily when World Federation was set up also, all these years that we have seen the World Federation functioning also, we as Khojas are a family together. And I think all of our most Jamaats in India or rest of the world also, I'm sure that, you know, Nasimco has a different set of problems in their region. But otherwise, if you see, the membership is only restricted to Khojas. And I think I'm a very firm believer that this should be respected. And any representation to the WF House or councillors or on that table should only be restricted to Khojas. That's my humble opinion, with due respects to all the regions and all the other Jamaats as well. Merci, thank you.
Thank you, Ali Bhai. I have, so then we have Dr. Gulam Bhai Nathi. So, pachi Dr. Jiwa, pachi Ibrahim Bhai, Arif Bhai ne, Amin Bhai no thai gyu, barabar? Gulam Bhai ave chho. Tyar sudhi Dr. Jiwa.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I actually agree with, first of all, our President Amir Bhai Nasser, the suggestion which he brought about the 8 regional councillors. Also, our President Arif Bhai also made a bit more clarification. And coming to Ali Bhai Shoroff, I respect his values as well. And I think there's a way to go ahead if we are making changes. That's my feeling. Partly, Nasimco is our regional body, and World Federation is here to serve all the regions. And I hope that they understand, and if we work together, this will be fantastic. At the same time, also want to understand the definition of Khoja also before we make this final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. I think next is Ghulam Bhai. I will just deal on the Khoja definition issue. Dr. Saab, in my presentation, I know I was a little fast, but what I said is there needs to be a team from the Executive Council made up of the regions and the specialists to actually write that definition. Since 1979, there hasn't been one. They've never drafted one. I think having looked at the 6 regions, I have not, even the 6 regions don't have the definition in their constitutions. I think of the 150 Jamaats, roughly 150 Jamaats, man lage che 10% પાસે bhi definition nathi, which means some work needs to happen. And it is recognized that that work needs to happen, and it can take its own time and course because it's just a definition that needs to be inserted. That doesn't create a stop of what we are trying to do, because there is a tacit understanding of who a Khoja is based on their membership, right? As in the way we've been functioning since 1979, right? And that is why a team needs to form, because there are fundamental differences in how you define a Khoja from India, from Pakistan, from COEG, from Nasimco, and those need to be ironed out. It's not an easy one, ke main bas basically a consensus karna. So it is not that one, because it's all about the nas as to where the lineage comes from. I mean, I can go on about it, but that's the issue. And that is why my recommendation is that a separate team is formed from the Executive Council or from the regions, who then work out, once you approve it, we just insert it in, right, from that point of view. Ghulam Bhai, then I have got Ibrahim Bhai, then I've got Arif Bhai. Well, then I have Shahid Bhai Murji. Okay. Ghulam Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. Shabar Bhai, I wanted to clarification when you said there was the need to close this, the 8, the change from now to the new one. There was a check and balance thing from hearing from the COEG president and you saying that yes, there was a reason why you are making a change to that section. I am not clear as to what was the reason behind it.
I think what Arif Bhai was trying to say, that there were 2 issues. One was about who the members are, because there are 6 regional federations who are members. Then the elected will also be members in the corporation, which is different from now, because at the moment, in the current constitution, there are only 6 regional federations who are members. In the new corporation, in order for an elected member to vote at conference or at the MREC, they need to be a member, right? And then you have the Board of Trustees who've also been made members, right? That is the biggest distinction you face, right? And then it's about, the second part is about governance, right? But the first part is that you have brought them in as a shareholder of the corporation.
Are you saying then the 8 that come from the region have no, they have no voting rights?
No. Okay, let me take one step back. On the MREC, you have 6 board of directors. All good? Yeah? Then we have 8 elected members from the triennial conference. Yeah? Good? Then you have 6 bodies, let's call them corporates, who sit as members of EMREC. Now, who are these 6 corporates? The 6 regional federations. The rules state, the articles state, that every corporate body will have 8 representatives sitting at the EMREC with voting rights. And that continues across to the triennial conference. So every regional federation has 8 votes, and every elected member has 1 vote. And at the triennial conference, the algorithm is exactly the same. You have 6 board of trustees, 8 elected members, and every region has 8 votes from its councillors, and 1 delegate per 1,000, limited to a maximum of 20, exactly as it is now, where Africa has 20, Kuwait, I think, has 15, India has 20, Pakistan has 20, Nasimco, if I'm not mistaken, has 13. So when it comes to voting, there is no dilution when it comes to the shareholder, right? And that is very important. I don't want this getting lost in translation of people losing their inherent right. In a corporation, the inherent right remains with the member, which is the regional federation member, as a corporate entity. I'm using the word corporate entity, as an entity as opposed to individuals. And because it's an entity, it is then given 8 people plus the delegate votes after that, right? I have Ibrahim Bhai, then I have Arif Bhai, then I have Shahid Bhai Murji, then I have Abbas Bhai. Yeah? Ibrahim Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
So first of all, I think that Arif Bhai actually explained very well. Thank you very much. And I think that we all seem to understand. I think we thought we have consensus. I don't know if we have still consensus, because I'm hearing a little different stories. I want you to humor me just for a second. I know Arif Bhai said that regarding the issue with the 8 appointed councillors, that we've taken 2 cracks at it. And you know, it's sad that when you look at the skill and the talent and the need for these 8 at the WF level, that, you know, I would have thought that we would have found some way of maintaining those individuals and keeping them in the fold and providing that resource that's so needed at the WF level. My understanding on this is that you cannot have appointed councillors that basically provide oversight to the trustees, right? That is basically the issue, right? Okay. So I guess I'm trying to understand if there's a path forward, and instead of 8, let's say if there was 6, and the 6 were appointed individually by the 6 federations. So now there is no issue of those being providing, you know, they can still provide oversight now because they're not being appointed by the trustee. Is that something that has been considered? Yes or no? And yeah. Is there a possibility?
I can do a long answer and a short answer. I'll do halfway house. So has that been considered? Yes. Regional Federation already have the ability to bring 8 people to the table. Now you want to appoint 1 more. It becomes 9 people at the table. Change it, I have no issue. But the process is exactly the same, that the Regional Federation is appointing it. You're already appointing 8. In 2014, they could only appoint 5. Now you're appointing 8. You want to make it 10, make it 10. That concept doesn't change. Now when we look at nominated councillor, remember, EMREC is a members' representative body. In order for a nominated councillor to sit in EMREC and vote, because that is an inherent right of a councillor, he or she needs to be a member of the company. Now, you are saying let the Regional Federation appoint a member. It has already had the ability to do 8. And that is where we are not able to create the governance where one individual, right? And by the way, this has got nothing to do with any president or past president and anything, how the structure works. It's because we are a corporation, these issues come about, right? It changes the balance perceived of how the members' representative council, because remember one thing, it is the members' representative council who approves the budget. It is the members' representative council who, when there is financial purchases and stuff, are the people who have to approve. So they are making some very critical and important decisions on behalf of the organization and holding the trustees to account. This is where the disconnect happens. That's why we've literally looked at so many different options. The only alternative that has come about is, unfortunately, my good self, who come and do all of this work, and at the end of the day, I go home, have my chai, bas bhai, I'm happy, bye-bye, Khudafiz, I have no vote in this body, right? Because I was brought into this body as somebody who has, God knows, some level of skill to navigate this situation through, but I actually have no vote, right? I literally have no vote at this body, or for that matter, at conference. I had at conference because I was a delegate, but, and that is where the only opening you have when it comes to nominations, where they can come, but they have no vote.
So I think the roles are very different, right? I think the roles of the 8 versus the roles of the appointed councillors are very different. And I think that my point is having an appointed councillor be a resource for the World Federation, if appointed by the Federation, is totally possible, but the role is defined as the work that they do, right? Is very different. I think that you can make that work within the framework and still not lose those valuable skilled individuals that are important for the operation.
Sorry, I think if you look at the structure, this 3-tier structure, the members' strategic oversight, strategic guidance. You've then got MREC, which will give you oversight. And then you've got the trustees, which will be Board of Directors, which would be operational part. How can you have a group of people appointed by the president to act as an oversight over that president, over that team? So, because, no, let me just finish what I'm trying to get at, yeah? So the whole issue here, that oversight has to be done through a tier which basically makes them to account. So appointing people, 8 people, 5 people, 6 people to oversight themselves, it's a what's the word I'm looking for? But it's not counted. It imbalances the whole situation. Number 2, you're asking for people with skill set. This article doesn't stop you from that. Shabarbai mentioned that he came in, he did some work, but at the end of the day, he can't vote on this. Now, if you look at this article, and I think it's section 33 again, it says delegation. There's nothing stopping the board of directors to delegate those powers. So if they see that, Ibrahim Bhai, you've got a certain skill set that will add value, then they can bring you in. The only thing that you won't be able to do is vote. So there's nothing stopping the board to bring people in or bring talent in. It's just that the issue that they can't vote at AMREC meeting or the conference.
So there is also one big issue that we need to look at. The AMREC, as it's been formed, so let me take one step forward. We need to change our mindset as to the role of the AMREC against the role of the Executive Council. The role of the members' representative Executive Council is to hold to account and have oversight function over the board of directors. Full stop. Period. It's not their role to do the work. The role of the doing is at the trustee level. It is the role of the AMREC members to say, Have you done it? Have you done it properly? Why haven't you done it? What happened? What hasn't happened? And what support can we provide you? You need a specialist? Go get a specialist. There is nothing in the delegated authority that stops the Board of Trustees to bring in any specialist, anybody that it wants to do specialist work, to bring in the skill sets, to do anything else. Then you add to another layer that at conference, if the conference is meant to be looking forward for the next 3 years or 5 years, it will know the challenges it's going to face. And it has the ability to bring 8 independent people onto the team to say, you will be the members who will provide this oversight and or guidance to the board of directors as and when they need to. That is why, right? So I'm not trying to curtail the debate. I have gone around so many different ways to try to make it work. I can't make it work unless I'm going to force a round hole in a square peg. I've even tried that. And I have about 2 or 3 emails where we've gone back and forth with our lawyers, and there is no movement. And I just want to assure you, I have tried different ways of skinning the cat, just haven't been able to.
So I guess that means 3 strikes and you're out.
I've tried.
We can move on.
Thank you, Ibrahim Bhai. I have Arif Bhai, then I have Shahid Bhai, then I have Abbas Bhai Bandali, then I have Murtaza Bhai Gulam Sir. So Arif Bhai.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. So this is a changing environment, changing world that we live in, okay? Our children are getting married outside of the religion. Forget about even talking about within the Muslim world, within the Shia faith, within the Khojas. Within the Simco itself, we've seen this evolve for our children. Khojas are getting married to outsiders. I'm not talking about not even non-Khojas. We're talking about just generally. Our children, our generations are evolving to outside communities. Just like Abbas Bhai had said, we in the Simco are at the forefront of embracing this change. And we should also be cognizant of the fact that we're never always going to be 100% Khoja. We are going to try to maintain the Khojaism within our World Federation. That is the only organization that belongs to a Khoja community, and we should be proud of it, and we should try to protect it. However, at the same time, we have to be cognizant of the fact that the ethnicity within our culture is changing. So if we look at Nasimco, if you look at the 27 Jamaats that Nasimco consists of, only one Jamaat within the 27 Jamaats is Khoja. One. So if we are saying the fact that we all need to be at the level of the MREC as Khoja, or even the members as Khoja, then Nasimco does not belong on this table. I'm just being frank. Okay, so we have to revisit our thinking here, brothers and sisters, because this is an important, crucial moment for us. As 1.1 in the World Federation Constitution states, and if you can pull it up, that the Federation consists of Khoja as well as Shia organizations. Shia organizations. The Shia organizations is for Nasimco to belong within the World Federation. So if that is the case, then we have to be recognized as an entity within World Federation. Therefore, I request that we stay firm as to find we have the 8 plus the 8, the MREC plus beyond can be open to whatever. It is our responsibility or our challenge that we're going to face whenever we come here, but that we take upon ourselves. I don't think World Federation or any region should have a say into how Nasimco should be formed or how we should go ahead. Ahsant.
Thank you, Arif Bhai. I think what Arif Bhai is trying to say in 2 lines is what Arif Ali Bhai was saying, is that the 8 elected have to remain Khoja, and the 8 regional federation members, it's up to the regional federation to decide. I think that's the gist of what he was trying to say. I have Shahid Bhai Murji online. Shahid Bhai?
Assalamu alaikum, Pramukh Sahib. I would like to commend the work done by Shabar Bhai and his team. Actually, it shows that Ilokaboganu time leader, a beautiful thing has come out. So, Pramukh Sahib, just quickly, Maru's sentiment on the Khoja matter was that I believe it is high time now, because after Khoja, I think the governance should stay within the Khojas. So, Suthaye Maki, Apra Khoja na hat ma apru governance. And secondly, I just wanted to ask Shabar Bhai if it is the right time to talk about the election of the president, or will come later?
That will come later, Shahid Bhai. A whole section on that election. Hamna Kali, I need to get to this finish, and then next is the election of the president.
Yeah, so, and regarding the 8 appointed councillors, I think there should be there should be also be Khojas. So it should stay, the MREC should stay within the Khojas governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Shahid Bhai. I have Abbas Bhai, then I have Murtaza Bhai. And then Kashi Bhai after that. Okay. So I have Abbas Bhai.
Hasan, Shabar Bhai, can we go to vote or resolution, please? I thought we have consensus, we can move along. I just want to say for the record, the 2 points that have been brought up about pushing it further down towards the federations to then become Khoja and to get to Khoja identification, this is a huge discussion. Nasimco is not opposed to having this discussion. It's a separate discussion. Hasan.
Thank you, Abbas Bhai. I have Murtaza Bhai, then I have Kashif, and then hopefully I can get to a position. And then Amin Bhai, and then I will hopefully get to a positioning. Murtaza Bhai.
Forgive my naivety, please. Are we in consensus that at a certain level it should be Khojas only?
Yes.
At what level?
Well, there's no consensus. I think everybody agrees that the elected councillors have to be Khoja. Unless I've got this wrong? No. So that is there. Now it is, and the discussion is about actually everybody in the MREC. So there is one tier below, which is the regional federation councillors, whether they also have to be of that origin.
So assuming that this was the new constitution, which is a CIA, us sitting over here, would we be all Khojas, or it could be a non-Khoja sitting today?
Sorry, ask that question again.
Assuming this was with the new, so would we all have to be Khojas, or there could be non-Khojas sitting today? Not the conference, I'm talking about the ExCo today.
So today, no, because if you close just the elected councillor, then they will have to be, and then from the regional federation, there could be non-Khojas who would come on the...
So my question is, I think there is a thinking behind that we are generally a Khoja organization. We have a certain culture and a way of life. I think the feeling, and I understand from Nasimco, but the others, is that we've always maintained us as Khojas, and we feel that we have this way of working, and probably having other systems coming in might disrupt whatever organizations that we have. So the question is, would that be a possibility that as an ExCo, we remained as a Khoja, and then probably when it comes to the conference, when you have more delegates, that's where could be some leeway?
So I think what Abbas Bhai was trying to say, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, is that elected councillor, I think there is no debate. On the councillors of the regional federation, he's not saying no to the debate. He's saying it's not an easy one to be had, and this isn't the right forum for it. From what, I'm not putting words in his mouth, I'm just literally trying to create a summarized position into it. That's their position from a Nasimco standpoint. Elected members, they have accepted, they will bite that bullet. When it comes to a representative of the regional federation, they are not against it, but it needs a much bigger debate, and what they are saying is it is not the right forum now to have the debate. This is their perspective. Yeah, I'm putting it in a very summarized form, Murtaza bhai. Yeah. I have Kashif bhai, then I'm going to close with Amin bhai, and then we can close it. So Kashif bhai.
Thank you so much. Bismillah Rahman Rahim. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Abbas bhai to truly represent Nasimco by giving the floor to our sisters who have played a tremendous role. I've worked with Kulthum Baji in the past in Nasimco, and bringing me as a outsider. So just a few words over there. Please don't think that I'm over here to take over anything. I have no vested interest. But the thing is, as Arabi said, we are evaluating. Everything is becoming more diverse as the time progresses. How would you justify, so for example, being a Sayyid, I have no issues if my daughter or if my son gets married in Hojas. I'm saying this on record, and Quran is over here, I'm making it a witness. The reason is that taqwa is more important to me than the caste and creed. The second thing is that I completely understand, you know, there will be difference of opinion on everything. But the thing is, Nasimco is very diverse, and we have a lot of diversity over here. As Arabi mentioned, that our kids are getting married in other religions. So those who are marrying in non-Khoja communities, Shia but non-Khoja communities, will they be considered as second-tier citizen or first-tier citizen, and will they have the equal right to compete in the World Federation elections or anything? I personally think I'm completely in favor of preserving the Khoja heritage, and the leadership should be Khoja. I'm completely okay with that. That World Federation president and all the top board of directors should be Khoja. But when it comes to the regions, I think the liberty should be given to the regional federations to make their own decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kashif bhai. I am going to finish with Amin bhai, and then hopefully we can, because there's a very narrow window, we know where the window is.
Yes,
it's now
yes.
about whether we can get to it.
જો હું તો તમને મારો હવે કોન્ક્લુડ દઉં છું, પછી તો જે નીકળે કન્સસ મને પ્રોબ્લેમ નથી, પણ અમારી ફરજ છે. આપણે હું નસીમકોને રિસ્પેક્ટ કરું છું. જરાય મારો મકસદ એ નથી કે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન એગેન્સ્ટ નસીમકો, નો, જરાય નહીં. મને ખબર છે એ લોકોની શું ડિફિકલ્ટસ છે. ભલે આપણા છોકરા શાદી કરે છે, નોન ખોજા, બધું અટાણનો ટાઈમ હું સમજું છું, પણ આપણને ભવિષ્ય સરખી રીતના જોવાનું છે. વી હેવ ટુ બી ક્લિયર ઇન આવર પોલિસી. મેં તમને હમણાં પૂછ્યું શબરભાઈ 2 વખત કે એમરેકના મેમ્બર દે આર પાર્ટ ઓફ ગવર્નન્સ ઓર નોટ. તમે મને શું કીધા? દે આર પાર્ટ ઓફ ગવર્નન્સ. તો ટ્રસ્ટી તો છે, ઇલેક્ટેડ ટ્રસ્ટી ખોજા ખપે, ઇલેક્ટેડ કાઉન્સિલર ખોજા ખપે. હવે એમરેકમાં આપણે કહે છે કે ના, નોન ખોજાઈ આવી શકે ને. હું તો એ સમજો કે એમરેકનો રોલ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે, કારણ કે એમરેક ડેલિબરેશન વોટિંગ રાઇટ છે, અને ટ્રસ્ટી તો ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ કરશે એમરેકના ડિસિઝનને. તો જે ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ કરે એ ખોજા ખપે, ડિસાઇડ ખપે, નોન ખોજા થઈ શકે. હું તો આ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનલી તમને એંગલ દઉં છું. આજે હું સમજું છું પ્રોબ્લેમ, પણ આ આપણે રીજનને મૂકે છે, કાલે રીજનને હેન્ડલ કરવું ખપશે. કોઈક નોન મેમ્બર કહેશે કે 5-6 આવે કે અમને આવું છે આમાં, તો શું રીજન ના પાડશે? હા પડશે, બધું બરાબર. તો વી હેવ વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનમાં, અને આ એક ડિબેટ ક્યારનો ચાલે છે. હવે આપણામાં જરાક હિંમત ખપે કે આપણે છે ને ક્લિયર પોલિસી લઈ, કારણ કે આપણે આમ ને આમ કરે છે, ઠંડી ગરમ ઠંડી ગરમ, આપણું સિઝન ખોજાનો ખબર નથી પડતી. તો વી હેવ ટુ બી ક્લિયર. અગર જો તમે ટ્રસ્ટીમાં કહો છો કે ખોજા ખપે, તમે કહો છો કે 8 ઇલેક્ટેડ ખોજા ખપે, તો હું કહું છું ભવિષ્ય માટે એમરેક કે જે પાર્ટ ઓફ ગવર્નન્સ છે એ નોર્મલી ખોજા ખપે. આ મારો વ્યૂ છે.
Pramukh Sahab doesn't only speak French, he Gujarati ma bhi બધું સમજાવી દેશે. Zuhair bhai is a council, he's a councillor for Africa. We have Zuhair bhai, but before I get Zuhair bhai to speak, I think what Amin bhai's simple proposition is that at the MREC everything should be closed. Now, effectively, this House has one decision to make. Should the regional federation representative be Khojas or not? The elected members are Khojas, so I'm going to assume that as given, finished. Now this is the difference. I'm narrowing the differences so that we get to a resolution, right? Zuhair bhai.
Basically, I just had one comment to give that I understand where Simco is coming from, definitely, and having heard Arif Bhai as well, I can understand that the conditions over there are specific and they require certain rules which they are governing their own body with, and as Arif Bhai rightly said, it's not up to us to come and interfere in their region in any way, and that's not what we are trying to do over here. I think a clarification needs to be made that we're just looking at governance of WF, as Amin Bhai rightly put just now. MREC is going to actually be governing WF and the decisions which are made at that level. And that's why if we have Khojas at this level, whereby even the councillors which are nominated by the regions are appointed as Khoja, one of the rules can be that they're Khoja. It's not that we're trying to change what's there in Nasimco already. It's just that we're trying to see the future and how it's possible. And I don't know whether it will be possible to try and maybe put that in a certain way that it doesn't affect Nasimco's governing rules in their own region, because I can understand where they're coming from 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Zuhair bhai. I think Ali Bhai Shroff wants to say something, and then I'll try to wrap it up. It won't conclude the issue, but I think there is a wrap-up, because then I will leave one homework to our regions to get to a number, because there is one critical point I need to make, but I'll let Ali Bhai Shroff first come in before I try to close it up. So Ali Bhai Shroff, remember there's one more debate still after this, yeah?
Okay, Shabir bhai, you made a comment whether we have a clarity on the definition of Khoja. Here I would like to say that 125 years back in 1901, when the constitution of Mumbai Jamaat was made, it was very clearly put there in 1901 that a person who is born by birth as a Khoja, as in the father is a Khoja, is eligible to be a member of the Jamaat. So that clearly defines in our constitution, at least in 1901, and that speaks volumes of what clarity our ancestors had and how the Khojas should function. Also, there was one comment which I just heard, whereby it was said that, our children get married outside the community as well. So in that scenario, if a boy gets married to a girl of non-Khoja, then she automatically becomes a member of this Jamaat and she becomes a part of this community. If there is a girl who gets married outside the community, then she gets the barrier rights. That is what the constitution of Bombay Jamaat says. I think that's perfectly good to say and stay there. And I completely agree to what President of Africa Federation, Amin Bhai Nasser, has just said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali Bhai. So when I say there's 10%, one of them was Mumbai Jamaat, because when they did the definition in 1901, actually in 1956, there's a whole court case in the High Court of Zanzibar about the definition of Khoja, and then again in 1881 in actually Mumbai, before the definition was put. So yes, a lot of work has been done on that issue. I just want to bring you one important element, and I'm not curtailing this debate. So let's summarize. Elected members, there's unanimity that it has to be Khojas, finished. Now, there is one issue about whether the representative from the regional federations have to be Khoja or not, okay? Right? So that's what it is. Now, let me take you a little fast forward, right? We'll jump a few steps, and if you guys are happy and today you agree, whatever, there is going to be a constitutional conference where this document will get approved. And Shabir Bhai, right before I started, asked me the question, a simple majority check, 51% માં ચાલશે કે નહીં ચાલે? તો હું એને જવાબ આપ્યો કે નહીં, it has to be more than 75%. Now, I am not, all I am saying is, એ મધ્ય નજર રાખતા હોય એ વિચારજો કે એ કોન્ફરન્સમાં અમને 76%ની એપ્રુવલ ખપશે. પ્રમુખ સાહેબો, તમે બધા વિઝડમવાળા છો અને તમને તમારી ગ્રાસરૂટે ચૂંડી છે, તો તમે આ થોડુંક વિચારી જોજો કે તમને કોન્ફરન્સમાં વટારવાનું છે. મને નથી વટારવાનું, તમે લોકોને વટારવાનું છે એટ મોર દેન 75%. અને જેમને 29ની કોન્ફરન્સ યાદ હોય, 2010 બર્મિંગમમાં, ત્યારે એક રિજનલ ફેડરેશને કીધું અમે કાંઈ નથી પાસ કરવાના, ત્યારે અમે ટાઈમ આઉટ લીધા હતા. એ હું જેટલાને હિસ્ટ્રી યાદ છે એટલાને યાદ દેરાઉં છું કે 75% મેજોરિટી મલાવવાનું સહેલું નથી. હું એટલામાં મૂકી દઉં છું તો શું માણસને થોડીક ગરમ ચાય મળે, અને ઇન્શાલ્લાહ નેક્સ્ટ ડિબેટ જ્યારે શરૂ કરશું એના પછી હોપફુલી વી વિલ કમ ટુ અ રેઝોલ્યુશન. હવે લેટ્સ મૂવ ટુ ઇંગ્લિશ બિફોર અધરવાઇઝ ધીસ મિનિટ્સ વિલ બીકમ a khichuro in its own right. Right. So, on the issue of role restriction, there is broad consensus for the drafters of the IRT team that the elected members have to be from the Khoja Shia Ethnashri community. Finished. We still haven't resolved whether the members of the MREC, the 6 councillors have, 8 councillors, that's what Tomani Ibrahim Bhai mari nakhse. Na Ibrahim Bhai mari nakhse, એને 9 કરવા હતા. I'm just kidding, Ibrahim Bhai. Whether there should be or not, right? Because at the moment, there is effectively Nasimko who's saying, listen, we are not opposed to it, but it is a huge challenge for us, right? And we can talk about it, but not now. They are not in a position to do so. There are other regions saying, actually, we need to close it across, right? So we need to get to some level of guidance for the IRT team to do that, and we will get to it, inshallah. I have left a thought for you guys to say, remember, conference માં 75% majority ખપશે. Right. હવે મને થોડીક ચાય પીવાની છે, એટલે હવે અમે નેક્સ્ટ ગાઈડન્સ ઉપર જાઉં. નેક્સ્ટ ગાઈડન્સ શું છે કે જે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ છે કોમના, એને કોણ ચૂંડે? કોમ ચૂંડે. હવે કોમ ગ્રાસરૂટ હોય કે કોમ જે એના રિજનલ ફેડરેશન હોય એ ચૂંડે. So where should the election of the president of the World Federation, a corporate entity, where should that election take place? Now, I've been given this question and I'm going to answer the question to say કે આ તો કોને કીધું તમને આ સવાલ કરવાને? એનો જવાબ સિમ્પલ છે. When you form a corporate entity, there are broad rules in which it normally works. And if you're going to deviate from it, it's absolutely fine. You are allowed to do it, but it is my role and the IRT's role to bring it to your attention that you're going to divert from it, right? So it is fairly and squarely within my 1 millimeter change of, hatkari of the golden chains, right? I've got a 1 millimeter movement, and that is within that 1 millimeter movement that I'm trying to walk, right? At Birmingham, we were told to give the pros and cons of this potential work, which we have done. In Birmingham, I have said it to every regional federation member, when it comes to the members of IRT, as IRT, we have no view. Because it is not my place to have a view on what the owners of the organizations should do. That is a decision for the organization and its owners to make. My job is to craft it in the document that you've asked me to draft. And both options are possible. And that's where it is. And like the issue of Khojaism, there's diverging views. Some people are saying it should be conference, some people are saying it has to be at the grassroots, and we keep status quo. As from an IRT perspective, both options are on the table. We don't have a problem in drafting it. It is now, you need to give me guidance as to which way it goes. I will use Ali Jawad Bhai's support.
First 2 questions online, Shahid Bhai Murji.
Okay, so first question is from Shahid Bhai Murji, and then we will take when I see the hands. And then Amin Bhai. So Shahid Bhai, please.
Assalamualaikum. Shabar Bhai, before we proceed to the debate, મને ખાલી જાણવું હતું If you can enlighten us, મને લાગે છે કે before the constitution of the World Federation was કે conference voting કરતી હતી, and then after that I think at Mullah Sahib's time it was changed to grassroots. So can we know કેમ આ change આવ્યો હતો? What were the reasons? What is the history background કે grassroots ના change ઉપર આવ્યા? So that can help us to make a decision. If you can enlighten more on that part. Thank you.
Thank you, Shahid Bhai. I think I got the gist of the question, so Shahid Bhai, you'll correct me if I haven't got it right. Basically, Shahid Bhai wanted the history from 1976 to 2005 as to has there been any changes on how the president of the World Federation was elected. Right? I think that was the history. Barabar, Shahid Bhai? Yes.
Yeah, barabar. But it was before it was conference and then it was changed to grassroots. I just wanted to know what was the reason of the change.
So I think Shahid Bhai wasn't asking me the question. Shahid Bhai was telling me that it used to be election at conference when the organization was first formed. Then I think in the 80s it changed to grassroots elections, and he wanted to know why did that change take place. શાહિદ ભાઈ મારીની તમારી એજ સરખી હતી. મને લાગે છે અમે બંને બે બરોતામાં હતા જ્યારે એ ચેન્જ થયું, એટલે મને તો ખબર નથી, પણ વડીલો છે કોમના એ કદાચ પ્રકાશ પાડી દેશે.
Some of us here, many years, councillors including you, so what I've strongly been given to understand, the author of the initial constitution in the 70s, one of them, as you know, was Habib and Habib, and he's still alive. And at that
he's a
time,
member of my team, by the way.
Yeah, he's in the team. I'm surprised he's not here, but I think it's some family issue. A brilliant chap, a good parliamentarian, we served us very nice. So during the term of our councillorship, now I think your record should verify this. I'm just telling you very strongly, I think that is the record and that's what I've been given to, but you should have the records. So it was done as voting at the conference. This is in 75, 76, and the constitution was written here in London. Come mid-80s, I think, mid-80s. And again, tamare archives ma hovu joye. There was an amendment to the constitution. Now the reasons are also known, but I don't think we need to talk of the reasons here, and there's some sensitive reasons. But the amendment was that this now be taken to the grassroots. The election of the conference be. And our records much and I'm pretty much sure that's what had happened. And since that we are having Olo. Understand one thing, that Africa Federation, just for purposes that you know, is still on a grassroots election. But these were the reasons, and it's in the archive. The constitutional part, I'm very clear because Habib Bhai Sathe mari wat thi 86 nu, you must check on these documents. That will help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Shabir Bhai. My understanding is exactly the same, that there was a change. There was an amendment in 2020 to grassroots, because in the 76 constitution, it was, the way it was drafted indicated that it was at conference, because you had to submit names and then the names would come to conference, you know, and stuff. So I think there is broad understanding that is the history of how it happened and the evolution. Why, what not, I wasn't privy, neither was I present at those meetings. But I think it's an evolutionary thing, right? But I think today's question is the more important question. So historically the organization has gone through, which means it's done both. So it's not the end of the world. Now at this juncture, what should it be? Now, Shabir Bhai mentioned Habib M. Habib. So I'll come to you. Just to break up the atmosphere, I actually have the 1976 Constitution, right? And actually in the minutes, and I'm just going to spend 1 minute just reading out who the forefathers of these organizations are. Just indulge me on this. Time to have some chai, right? And those online, please, tame garethi banavi lejo. So the first constitutional conference took place on October 15th, 1976 at London Hammersmith Imambara. at 9 p.m. Asala khoja 1976 ratna meeting rakta tha. London thi Hussein Nathu, marhum, Nazir Bhai Panju Jesa, Habib M. Habib, luckily I didn't say marhum, Akbar Bhai Sabur, Hasnain Bhai Walji, Maji Pramukh Amara je nathi hamna, Anwar Bhai Pirbhai, Roshnali Padhani, I think also Uganda wala, Fida Hussain Dharamsi, ne Mohsin Bhai Dharamsi જે હતા જંગબારની મેમ્બરશીપ પછી સ્ટેનબર્નની મેમ્બરશીપ લીધા ને પછી હવે ગુજરાતમાં મેમ્બરશીપ લીધા છે. મોહમ્મદ હુસેનભાઈ ધનજી અને મોહમ્મદ હુસેનભાઈ નાનજી ફ્રોમ પીટરબ્રો, હૈદરભાઈ હાજી ફ્રોમ લેસ્ટર એન્ડ યુસુફભાઈ સબૂર ફ્રોમ લેસ્ટર. ન્યુયોર્કથી ઓનલીભાઈ ખલફાન, who is famously known as the TTQ guy, and Mujtaba Hussain Datu. Federation of KSIMC Jamaats of Africa, Hassan Bhai A.M. Jafar, A.A. Lakha, which is Abdul Rasul Lakha, Sachu Abdul Rasul, Muhammad Hussain M.D. Karmali, R.R. Jafar, Murshif Ali, Karamat Ali, G.N. Musa, Naushad Merali, Pyar Ali Nanji, Manzoor Bhai Kanani, Rajbali Bhai Ali Bhai, Asghar Ali M.M. Jafar, Abbas Allu, who then ended up in Toronto, if I'm not mistaken. Hussein Bhai Remtullah, Dr. A. Adli, and Fida Hussain Bhai Hamir, the founders at Said Rizvi for the Bilal Muslim Mission. Amara Vadilo Hata. Right? I think, why are you giving us a lesson in history? As IRT no kam chhe 2025 ma 1976 ni su wat karo. This is our history, and we need to be proud of our history. Because actually, this was the first minutes after the conference where the election took place, and it's been signed by Hussein Nathu as the then vice president, because at the conference, Marhumullah was elected, Hussein Bhai Nathu was his vice, Nazir Bhai Jesa was his treasurer, and the members of the executive council were Sachu Bhai Sachu from East Africa, Abdul Rasul Lakha from East Africa, Hassan A.M. Jafar from East Africa, Raza Ramji and Mohsin Dharamsi from the United Kingdom. These are from the archives, by the way. Africa માંથી જાય 2025 માં ઇલેક્શન ક્યાં થવું જોઈએ? જી.
Assalamu alaikum. As you said, this is a matter of weighing up pros and cons, so I wanted to just offer a perspective that could be part of that measure, that weighing scale, right, of the pros and cons. As I think about NASIMCO and regional federations and the World Federation overall, right, I think we do have a PR problem at grassroots level, right, where people are at grassroots levels not really feeling connected with the regional federations and with the World Federation, right? So the challenge is, if we don't give grassroots engagement, at least at the presidential election time, then when do we allow that connection between the grassroots member and the leadership of the World Federation? So for example, today, just last week, we had, alhamdulillah, the NASIMCO conference, right? A lot of organizations and Jamaats at grassroots levels don't really know what does NASIMCO actually do. But when we came there, in the first 20 minutes, everybody was, wow, look how much NASIMCO is doing. In fact, Arif Jaxti, who was the president, I said, Mane kabanati, we're doing so much. He's like, Mane nati kabar, you know, I'm learning. Sorry to put you on the spot. But basically what I'm trying to say is, at least at that presidential election time, it forces the engagement between grassroots and the people who are standing for election. It dispels any type of feeling at grassroots level that this is not my organization, I don't have a part to play in this. It gives that level of engagement, number one. Number two, as I was heading to the NASIMCO conference last week, I had some delegates with me from our Jamaat, and one of the questions he said is, you know, when we vote on something, how do we know that we're voting for what our Jamaat actually wants. And my response was, well, when we go there, we will listen to what's being said and we will use our judgment, and as leaders of the Jamaats, we'll be trusted to do so. But the challenge that was proposed there is that how do we actually know, when we go back and present what we discussed and voted upon, how do we really know that the Jamaat grassroots is in line with our thinking as we're voting? So I think that these are two things that we need to keep in mind. The level of excitement that I saw in a small Jamaat, Anjuman Askari of Minnesota, during the World Federation election where Saftabai was campaigning, was amazing. People were connected, excited, and really, really trying to understand what are these candidates going to offer for us, and what value are they going to bring. And at the end of the day, without the grassroots, what will we be doing? Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you, Sadiq bhai. Amin bhai.
કન્ફરન્સમાં ઇલેક્ટ થાય કે ગ્રાસરૂટમાં થાય, સ્ટ્રક્ચરમાં તો બંને પ્રોબ્લેમ નથી ને? શ્યોર.
100%.
તો પછી કેમ કોન્ફરન્સનો પ્રપોઝલ લઈ આવો છો તમે?
હવે થોડુંક તો ઝટકો દેવાનો હોય ને, આ મજામાં થોડી મૂકી દે. On a serious note, the real reason is કે જ્યારે કોર્પોરેટ ફોર્મ કરો તો normal રૂલ્સમાં shareholder appoint કરે through its process. હવે આમાં થોડુંક deviate થશે. So it is my responsibility as IRT to bring it to your attention.
બરાબર છે. જો આજ સુધી ગ્રાસરૂટ ઇલેક્ટ કરી છે, હવે જેને તમે મધ ચખાયડા હોય એ પાછું મધ લઈ લ્યો. ઇટ્સ નોટ ઇઝી. પહેલું. બીજું કે બંને સિસ્ટમમાં પરફેક્ટ નથી. તમે ગ્રાસરૂટનું કહો તો કદાચ આવે કે ઇલેક્શન એટસેટ્રા, પણ કન્ફરન્સનું કરો તો એમાં એ અમુક ચીજો છે જેમાં મને ગર્વ નથી. મને એમ લાગે છે કે આ એક ચીજ ગ્રાસરૂટ અને ઇલેક્ટ કરે છે તો એ જ વે ઉપર આપણે જાય. કારણ કે કન્ફરન્સ આપણે લઈ આવે છે, પણ પહેલાં હતું, પાછા આવ્યા, હવે કન્ફરન્સમાં જાય જો રીલી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ એક્સ્ટ્રીમલી રીઝન હોય તો. પણ આમ ગ્રાસરૂટને તમે એક હક દઈ દીધા, એ હકને પાછું છીનવું મને લાગે છે કે બરાબર નહીં લેખાય એની જગા ઉપર.
Thank you, Pramukh. Any other perspectives?
Arif Ali?
Is it Arif Ali or is it Awaz bhai?
I think, Asant, I think the common theme in a lot of these discussions is people have an idea, but they haven't really seen it. So to counter, and Sadiq is a good friend of mine, and I think he will also attest to the fact that one of Nasimco's many challenges is that we are not a monolith, right? If you look at our Jamaats, even the word Jamaat is controversial. For example, when we had Sheikh Abbas Ismail, Sheikh Abbas Jafar, who came to Austin, where I'm from, and Mimbar Mati Boyle lo Katamari Jamaat, in English, and the crowd was like, what is Jamaat, So, point being that our grassroots, if I live in Austin, Texas, Mara garmatio nikru ne ube right turn low, 6 કલાકમાં Mexico પહોંચી ગયો. That's where I am in terms of the geography of the United States, right? So our centers, let's call them centers, not Jamaats for the sake of this discussion, is very diverse, right? So from LA to New York, from Texas to Minnesota, where Sadiq is from, they are spread across, right? And then you have Canada to add to that, right? So our dilemma is that even connection to Nasimco is a challenge for us, and we are working on that, actively working on it, trying to get just sort of some rapport going. So when it comes to connection to the World Federation, it's a double leap of faith. You're calling double abstraction there, right? So pelato Nasimco no samajh that party, but World Federation no to, it's very difficult. So the challenge is on us as Nasimco to address it. And we have been trying, for a long time to address this. So it's not to say that we want to go one way or the other. It's just that the grassroots level is problematic for us. If I were to visit, as president of Nasimco, if I were to visit 26 Jamaats, it would take me half a year, one every weekend, અને મને એક ટિકિટ $1,000 તો પડે ને પ્લસ હોટેલ એટલે મારા તો $30,000 એમાં નીકળી ગયા, right? I mean, it's expensive even for a president of NASIMCO to go visit the grassroots, let alone the World Federation president, right? So for us, this is a challenge, and this is why it's not that we're opposed, and I'm using this word very openly, we're not opposed to sort of grassroots. It's a big challenge for us. And our membership who elects us would like us to present this argument at a conference like this to say that we have entrusted you, therefore we give you the right to go to conference and vote. Asant.
Thank you, Abbas bhai. And then I think it was Arif Ali bhai. Is anybody online? Shahid Murji and then Zuhair Jafar. Okay. So Arif bhai and then Shahid Murji and then Abbas. No. So Arif Ali bhai is giving way to Shahid bhai Murji and then Zuhair Jafar and then I'll come to Arif bhai. Shahid bhai.
Thank you so much, Shabir bhai. મારા mentor Shabir bhai history દઈ ગયા, but અડધી દઈ ગયા, એ reason નહીં પા. So still I'm confused, but I'll just give you my points. Shabir bhai, the issue with us in Africa is કે આપણા grassroots ને આપણે, that is the only way they are connected to WF. આજે બીજો કોઈ જરિયો નથી WF ને grassroots સાથે connect કરવાનો, it's only the elections. But secondly, મારું બીજું એક concern છે કે આજે તમે જો આફ્રિકામાં we have more than 44 Jamaats. But જે councillors આવે છે are only 8 councillors જે ExCo માં આવે છે. Even if you go and look at the delegates, they are 20. તો એક જમાતનો એક representative નથી. And you know, આફ્રિકામાં એક બહુ મોટી કહેવત છે જે લીડર્સને કહેવામાં આવે છે કે આપણે તમને વોટ આપ્યા છે, આપણી અક્કલ નથી આપ્યા. So I think let's think this issue કેમ કે grassroots agar elect kare, because this is a matter of 150,000 khojas worldwide. Ne aaj president che WF no e president hoy che badai khojan. I think let us look into this issue, and I feel it is too early to move the elections to the conference. I think we should leave it to the grassroots. They should have the right to choose their leader. So I think I'll support the grassroots way. Awesome.
Thank you, Shahid bhai. And then I have Zuhair bhai, then I will come to Arif Ali bhai. So Zuhair bhai Jafar.
Asant, my point is just one. I wanted to ask Shabir bhai this point that you had mentioned earlier with regard to the members. You had said that we have 6 members, which are the 6 regions, and then you have a member which is the elected councillors, the 8 elected councillors, and then you have the trustees or the office bearers. Now, the members will get voting rights, right? So for the election of the president, you have, let's say we take the grassroots option because I would favor that as well. But let's say you get the grassroots to vote. It's actually the member who is voting. So Africa Federation is then voting for the president, right? And you have then COEG and NASIMCO and all of them as members voting for the president. And then you also have this elected councillors also, they will vote for the president. Do they get individual votes?
No, they don't get. If you're grassroots, they don't get individual votes.
They don't get individual. So it's going back to the electoral voting system where all of them have electoral votes. Correct. So how many electoral votes will be given to this new member that we have created, which is the elected councillors, for example? And then another question is that, okay, do the trustees also get to vote as a member because they're also a member? If you can clarify that, then maybe I can proceed further.
Thank you, Zuhair bhai. So these are technical questions, so let me deal with it before I come to Arif Ali bhai. So if you go with the grassroots election, which is what I call status quo, which is the current structure, election is at grassroots level, right? So the regional federations will run their elections in the grassroots of the people who will vote. That vote is then under the same algorithm that we currently have, right, which is enshrined in the document of the Electoral College point. So that doesn't change. The elected members don't get a second vote because by default, those elected members are already members of a regional federation because on that basis they have come to the conference for which they will get elected. So they don't get a 2-vote structure. And the trustees is exactly the same. For them to be able to stand, they need to be a member of a constituent member and then they get their vote. So it's not like they get a double count. So the simple answer is exactly like how it is now. There is no additional voting for people if you maintain status quo. I hope that technically answers the question.
Perfect. Yeah. So I don't know how you're going to structure that now into the CLG because in the end of the day, we want to make sure that as a member, you're considering them to be a member of WF, but yet we're not giving them voting rights.
Yeah, so that is, we've already spoken to the lawyers, and the way you structure it is within the document, and that is fine. We've looked at that already, because before we came to the august body, we needed to make sure we can legally do it, and that's absolutely fine. Because remember, the election is if you remain with grassroots, the election is one step removed from the corporation, because it is held outside the corporation of a member's member, and then it is brought back in, and therefore the elected members don't need to vote, because it's a different inherent right for them, because their right comes at a conference, not prior to the conference. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Zuhair, but it's a bit technical, but the short answer is legally possible.
Okay, perfect. If you've done your homework in bus, we are satisfied with that.
Alhamdulillah.
So my opinion would just be the same as my previous two councillors who mentioned, that grassroots would be easier for us, and it would have that connection which you had mentioned also yourself earlier.
Thank you, Zuhair Bhai. I will go to Arif Ali Bhai, and then let's see if there's any, and then I'll come to Kashif Bhai, and then if there's anything else, hopefully we'll get to some consensus. So Arif Ali Bhai.
One of the ways of looking at the World Federation is that many people like to say that it is a strategic body. No, I think that is a subheader. The World Federation is the umbrella body of the Khoja Shia Ithnashis globally. A people without a nation deserves to have their voices heard, where the president and his or her team, that person's team, sets the agenda of where we are going. And we who sit here, who are a legislative body just under the conference, let us not press that button which is called the MAD one, the Mutual Assisted Destruction Bill. We should not sit here mutually and assist each other to destruct the World Federation to a point that it goes into the oblivion. If it doesn't matter for people, we will not only go mad, we will go to a mutually assisted destruction. This is called stage engineering. Hence, don't take away the honey which Amin Bhai said. Or shall I say, Ghalib hame na chair ke phir joshe ashk bete hum tahayya tufan kiya hua. I'm just waiting here, let not the storm come. Let us not start crying in such a way that we will not be able to pick ourselves out of that storm of disaster. It's a beautiful body. If we have an issue in some regions where we have question about how the elections are taking place, we have already gone through that. How do you govern? What kind of budget you put aside so that the elections, be that on the subcontinent or in Europe or in any of the regions, we have 2 years, give or take a bit, to be able to prepare ourselves so that the elections are fair and good. Asanto.
Thank you, Arif Ali Bhai. Abbas Bhai, as you can see, the remit is when you become president, you have to give shairi, because Amin Bhai does it and Arif Ali Bhai does it. So I think next is you get ChatGPT out.
No problem. Can I go right now?
Abul Hassan Bhai is on. Abul Hassan Bhai is on. And then Murtaza Bhai Somji, and then Arif, and then Kashif Bhai. And then hopefully I will come to a close. So Abul Hassan Bhai. Okay. So Abul Hassan Bhai is from, obviously, President of Pakistan Federation.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, I appreciate all what I heard about the presidential form of elections from the grassroots. I do appreciate the points in favor of the conference voting that Arif Bhai just mentioned. However, I am a proponent of the conference voting. Sorry, Arif Bhai proposed for the grassroots, but I propose the voting for the conference point of view. Presidential elections by the grassroots calls for voting by a much lesser informed audience. Campaigning to the grassroots requires a huge financial outlay, which gives an edge to the more affluent. The process involves prolonged self-promotion by the candidates to the grassroots, and which is harmful for the candidate's own inner self or batin. Further, effective campaigns result in polarization at the grassroots level, which is injurious for the community. Differences in preferences between grassroots and the constituent Jamaats, which may occur due to effective campaigning, is even more harmful. And differences in preferences within the constituent Jamaats of a region is equally harmful. Now, hierarchical fact is, if the grassroots are well represented at the constituent Jamaats, and if the constituent Jamaats are fairly represented at the regional federations, then presidential elections by the regional federations is in fact the voice of the grassroots. But I must qualify this elections at the conference that it must fulfill at least 3 conditions. A, the representation of the grassroots at the constituent Jamaats, and the representation of the constituent Jamaats at the regional federations should be assured. I have one more point. I will just extract that. Give me a moment, please. And the third point is that we must go for adoption of some prerequisites to leadership or for the candidature. The prerequisites of leadership must be based on religiosity and competence. If these 3 conditions are met, then I think, in my opinion, conference would be a better platform for the elections. But until such time, the status quo, that is, if grassroots are prevailing, the grassroots elections prevail, then at least some measures, some checks in favor of the prerequisites must be inbuilt. Thank you.
I've got you on the list. So, thank you, Abul Hassan Bhai. I think Abul Hassan Bhai's summarized position is that I think from his perspective, it's better to go for conference, but if you're going to remain to status quo, then there should be some checks and balances in it. He talks about prerequisites of leadership, and that's a whole separate discussion, and we can have that. Now, on my list, I have Murtaza Bhai Somji, the new Up-Pramukh from Africa Federation. Then I have Arif Bhai Jeksi. Then I have Kashif Bhai. Then I have Ali Gokal. And then I have Muhammad Mahdi Karim. Then I have Zuhair Bhai Hirji. And then I have Arif Bhai. Right? And I'm hoping by then everybody would have said what they needed to have said on this particular issue. So we go to the new Up-Pramukh of Africa Federation, Murtaza Bhai Somji. Murtaza Bhai. And for Shabir Bhai Najafi's sake, he is the councillor from Africa Federation. Murtaza bhai?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Ahsan, thank you so very much for the opportunity. My name is Murtaza Somji, indeed, Vice Chairman, newly elect of Africa Federation. Forgive my naivety, all protocols observed. I am of the opinion that we are having too many different type, or rather two different type of thought pattern. Simple to say, one is grassroots level and the other is conference. We have got federations into place and they have got their own systems into place. Why don't we adopt a system which is known as a hybrid system? Every federation knows their constituents better than the other federation. It would be fantastic for us to do it our way, and in our chairman's eyes, if I would say, the grassroots level. But it would not be good in, for example, Nasimco's situation. So let them do it their way, and we do it our way, and other federations do it their way. The idea is to bring the result to the table. How we do it, provided if it is in a genuine way, how we do it is not of importance. It's our effort and the way we project it that comes to the table, and this will be a better way of not creating too many ripples and confusion. Hybrid is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Murtaza bhai. I have Arif bhai, and then I have Kashif bhai, and then I have Ali Gokul, Muhammad Mahdi Kareem, Zuhair, and Arif bhai. So, Arif.
I think he just said what I was going to say. What I was going to propose is the hybrid option as well, whereby we should actually put systems in place whereby it's common. We instead of having paper ballots, maybe we could have something that is tested ahead of time, and a digital ballot, whatever we can do with maybe IDs that is given to each Jamaat member per as part of the region. This way, then they do their own voting. There's a control. It's been done. We've been spoken about that, I think, a few conferences ago. And then we take the mandate that comes in from the region, meaning the region collects this count, whoever the winner is, or whatever the rankings are. We bring it as a conference at the conference itself, meet here, bring the mandate of our region, and vote here finally. So the conference really does not vote. It's the grassroots voting that we carry to the conference.
So I'm just trying to get a sense. So basically it's grassroots voting, but you are just structuring it in a way that you are then coming to the conference with a predetermined proportion. Okay. So conceptually status quo is how you run the election then becomes the question, right? It's the how then becomes the question. The principle is the same, it's the how that changes, correct?
Yeah, so it's the SOP that we would work towards.
Thank you. I was trying to avoid the use the word SOP before I get shot at. So, Kashif bhai.
Thank you so much. Let me use this privilege while it lasts to speak at ExCo. I like a little bit of poetry as well, so I just want to add one chair over there. कह रहा है शोर दरिया से समंदर का सुकूत जिसमें जितना ज़र्फ़ है उतना वो खामोश है. So having said so, I personally think, the thing is, let's, jokes aside, on a serious note, where is the integrity of the whole election process? There's the reason I'm being very open about it. Let's say if Arif bhai is planning to, if Safdar bhai is planning to run again, for example, I know you cannot run after 2 terms, but let's say the only Jamaat that he would love to visit will be JCC, because most of the votes are over here. So smaller Jamaats gets left over. So what we get 30 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes video message. It's very difficult for the smaller Jamaats to. I'll be very honest with you. When we did the election in Ottawa, everybody was like, Kashif bhai, who should we vote for? I said, Sardar Bhai kar do aur kam bacha hai. The other option was, I have not known the other person that well, so I said, just vote. So honestly speaking, they vote based on the direction they're getting from their executive committee or their board of directors. So I personally think that, given the fact that they have already chosen you, you have come through an election, you have gone through all the rigorous process and everything. I also like the idea of Murtaza Somji Bhai, where he said, there could be a hybrid process. I mean, I would love, so those regional federations who want to keep grassroots, keep it, no problem at all. And those who wants to go with the conference voting, you can do the same thing, 1 vote per 1,000 kind of thing for the purposes of presidential election or even other elections as well. And in that way, Nasimco can come, or any other federation can come as a group, and they can decide which candidate to vote for. Thank you.
Thank you, Kashif Bhai. I will go to Muhammad Ali Bhai Gokul. Sorry, Ali, I called you Ali. It's actually Muhammad Ali Gokul, appointed councillor.
No, rebranding is good. It keeps you relevant. Assalamu alaikum. I think this is supposed to be a difficult conversation. I think this is not supposed to be easy. So let's talk this through. I don't think, unfortunately, a hybrid model sounds great, but when you get into the nitty-gritty of most hybrid democratic models, it usually doesn't work. Why? Because it means some people's vote counts more than other people's vote. So therefore, I'm opposed to almost all hybrid models. We must proceed on the basis that if we're doing a democratic, what we call direct democracy model, i.e. grassroots, one man, one woman, one vote, all over the world, so that someone's vote in Sydney is no different to someone's vote in Hujjat, to someone's vote in Dar es Salaam. So that's one thing I'd say about the hybrid model. And checks and balances also sound great. The practicality of them is almost impossible, because who maintains the checks and balances? As they say in Latin, who guards the guards? It's impossible. So I've got a perspective on this from our work with the Vision 2050 project. In an ideal world, in an organization such as this, a small smoke-filled room, as they used to say, would select the leader because they know who is competent to manage, to lead, to have responsibility, to hold accountable. That would be the ideal. And I take Abul Hassan Uncle's points about the big cons of direct democracy or grassroots are, one, less informed voters, number one, and number two, there's a huge financial outlay. I think that's entirely reasonable. But I don't think now's the time for this. Through our Vision 2050 work, what we are seeing across the board is people are repeating words about accountability, perception, ownership, distance between regular voting member and the leadership and management of our organization is very considerable. And it's widening, it's not narrowing. In a world where the democratic norms are everyone expects to have democratic power, to vote, to have electoral powers, the perception of the World Federation, if now we said, okay, we're taking away people's right to vote, would be extremely negative. I just want everyone to imagine how lay members would feel about that. If you go back to your Jamaat and say, I know you're not necessarily feeling very close to the regions, maybe not feeling very close to the World Federation, so now we're taking away your right to vote for the president. I don't think the response would be very good. I think it would alienate people more than it would bring them closer. Of course, there's always the risk. The whole point of moving away from grassroots voting is the risk of demagoguery. You have a great campaigner who's an absolutely awful executive. If I can say this, generally we've had good leaders of the organization, alhamdulillah. We've never really allowed ourselves to get to the position, I think, forgive me for going on a limb, where we've had, I think everyone will have their own views on this, but an autocratic, dictatorial, incompetent manager, incompetent leader. We've had, alhamdulillah, we've been blessed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to have good leadership. That person has huge responsibility, as was said, representing the organization, ijaza, etc., etc. For this reason, I've actually done a 180-degree turn on this. I think the direct mandate is good. I think campaigning to grassroots is good. I think accountability is good. I think recognition to the lay member is good. And like I said, in a world where the expectation is of democratic power for lay members, and in a world where World Federation risks its relevance, I think it would be a really, really myopic move to move away from direct grassroots election, at least at this point in time. Maybe in 10, 15 years we should revisit if the organization's on a stronger footing, or if there's precedence that shows we need to be careful about who comes into the seat of leadership. That's my perspective, at least. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Muhammad Ali Gokul. I think he has summarized a lot of what has been said. So, Muhammad Mahdi Karim, and I'm going to do something very cheeky. is I'm going to request Arif Ali Bhai to allow Mohammad Reza Bhai Devji to make his point, because I think we are almost there. So with your permission, if I can ask you to take a break from this list. I'm requesting you to take a break. So we'll go Mohammad Reza Devji and then I'll come to you. Mohammad Mahdi Karim.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So I think as part of the discussion so far, we're skirting around the elephant in the room. So I'm going to ask the question to you, Shabaranko. Do we actually have the statistics for the WF voter turnout in the last election and the election before that?
I don't have that. 10, 15, 20%. Maximum between 10 to 20% is what the president is saying.
So quite low. I think that sort of sums up that it is a critical point for the WF and other institutions as well, that generally the voter turnout is on the lower end. And so by taking the vote away from the quote-unquote grassroots, you're cutting the only thread that's there to connect the grassroots to the institution. Optically as well, agree with what Ali was saying, that there is a perception, whether right or wrong is different, that this is a rich man's club, that everyone who comes here has a certain level of wealth. Optically speaking, if you were to cut that connection from the grassroots and give it to an organization like this, I don't think it'd be positive in the overall image of engagement with the World Federation. Now, I just want to share a couple of points from Vancouver, where the YCon happened, the youth conference, because I think, in looking at this, it's important to look at the next generation as well. We often talk about people not knowing what the World Federation does. There were people in my generation who didn't even know the World Federation existed, right? So that is the level we're at in terms of engagement. But what Vancouver taught me is that firstly, physical presence is very important. By going there, by explaining to people what the World Federation does, people's eyes were opened up. But secondly, if you give people the agency, they build trust within the institution, and that strengthens engagement. And I think for that reason, grassroots engagement and allowing the grassroots to vote at the moment is an absolute necessary. Ideally, we could be having this debate if grassroots engagement with the World Federation was stronger, but at the current point in time, I think it would be myopic, as Ali said, to take that right away from the grassroots.
Thank you, Mohammad Mahdi Karim. I've got Zuhair Bhai, then Mohammad Reza Bhai Devji, then Arif Ali Bhai. Zuhair Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. So I think whilst there's many reasons to do one versus the other, I don't even think if we were on a strong footing from an engagement perspective that we should then change it actually, because we're in a strong position. Why would you then take it away? But vice versa, it's the year of the youth, okay? For those that attended this morning, we had an excellent presentation for an hour around the Khoja Heritage program in the last 49 years. Okay, one of the questions that was raised is, do the youth know that? And the fact is that I'd 99% guarantee that most people under the age of 25 wouldn't have known 10%, even 10% of the information that was shared in that session. So I think we can. The question is, should the presidential election be at grassroots or at conference? We can sometimes answer a question by asking a question, and the question is, the youth today, if we were to move away from grassroots and we were to move to a conference setting, the youth today are actually the generation that will be leading tomorrow, okay? The question that we leave with is, how are we going to engage that generation that's coming through now? Because there would be no plan to continue to engage that group if we move away from giving them the right to vote for the very institution that we're trying to engage them in. I cannot see any positive angle for removing it from grassroots and moving to conference.
Thank you, Zuhair Bhai. Mohammad Reza Bhai Devji, please. And then I will go to Arif Ali, and then, okay, I'll take your last one, and then I'm hoping to close, because I think, and then Maji Pramukh said Ahmad Bhai Hassam, Raza Bhai Merchant, and then Dr. Hassam, and then I'm hoping to close, because I think the room has got the sense, and it just allows me then to get to the next stage. So, Mohammad Reza Bhai Devji.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, sir.
The point is very simple, and I agree with our President Amin Bhai. Being Africa Federation is the biggest in Jamaats, we have 44 to 46 Jamaats. And all the Jamaats are not represented in the conference because being many Jamaats and few delegates. So few delegates are nominated, and those nominated come to the conference and then elect a president. It doesn't work because all the Jamaats are not represented at the conference. So I am with our president, Minbai, that this action should be grassroots. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed Zabaidiuji. Arif Ali Bhai, and then I'm going to Raza Bhai Merchant, and then I will close with Dr. Hassam, because I think there is broad guidance for the IRT on the issue.
Yes. I actually loved what Abul Hassan Bhai said. He brought up two items which were not the question you posed to the floor, but I don't think many people paid attention to it. He basically said, let us focus on a parallel movement or a process that competency in the leadership should be there, number one. And number two, he said, the classic one, that because we are a religious organization, that we should have leadership which abides by certain criteria. I think it's brilliant. We've had that many times, but those in combination, in regards to who is competent and who is not the question you posed, but I would very much back, and I propose that we should have a certain committee, well represented, running in parallel, not delaying the IRT, and comes back to the next ExCo, or as part, if the ExCo says, part of the envelope of the extraordinary conference to say and present that paper. But it needs to be articulated well, and given the times which we live in, specifically linked with Aqidah, I read very closely also the Vision 2050 on what Grassroots and other people look at what the organization is. Hence, I believe that the points Abul Hassan Bhai Gokal presented, those 2 points, are absolutely critical, and that's my proposal, and hence why I took a few seconds more in speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Arif Bhai. I had picked it up in my notes, and I was going to deal with that after I had dealt with this, because it's a separate issue. So I am going to deal with it. Well, I'm going to pass on the baton to somebody else to deal with it, more likely, because it's outside my remit. Raza Bhai Merchant, and then Dr. Hassam, and then I'm hoping to close this.
Yeah, I'll just echo what Arif Bhai mentioned and what Abul Hassan Bhai was saying. Like in theory, I hear that it is a negative impact if you take the voting rights away from the people, everything I agree to. But in reality, in practical, if we are going towards a corporate structure, then we have to take everything which a corporate does. And that point is very important, which Abul Hassan Bhai mentioned, that conference makes an informed decision. Grassroots makes much less informed decision. So that's my take on this.
Thank you, Raza Bhai. Dr. Hassam.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm going to speak from a perspective of somebody who is going through the elections. And I think if I leave Safdar Bhai out and don't say anything about that, I think there are only two people in this room who have actually gone through the whole election process. And I think one is Dr. Jiva and myself. It's a difficult one. You know, it's half a dozen of one, half a dozen of the other. Okay? As a World Federation president, to be able to campaign at the grassroots level is a tough job. Visiting all the Jamaats, going out over there, and presenting your manifesto, it's not a small task. And it puts away many people because you don't have the time. It's a luxury thing where only few people have. Not every house has. So actually it deters some potential candidates to be able to go for that, because they wouldn't be able to fly all over the place from North America right across to Australia. It's all right to say that you're taking away the right from the grassroots if you bring it to the conference. Having campaigned and having gone and visited many of the Jamaats, I found it was even difficult when you flew all the way to the Jamaat, wherever it's Karachi or it's Bombay or it's somewhere in Gujarat or it's somewhere in Africa, whatever. Even the attendance of that particular Jamaat that you are visiting to come and listen to a potential president candidate is very low. In my experience, I found this very low. And I'm not surprised, because there are many, many people in those remote Jamaats who don't even know about me. Then, when you go to the election, and as already the question has been answered over here, 10–15% of the potential voters come out and vote. I don't think there's even democracy there. Democracy is when you get a vote from a big section of the community. There are advantages, there are disadvantages. Well, I find the advantages will outweigh if we were to do this election at the conference, because it would enable people who come to the conference, many of them come over years, the candidates are known if it is from the presentation of any manifesto is easily discussed. Those representatives can have their own way of deciding how their grassroots would like them to vote when they come to vote to the conference. And I think that will bring more democracy into the election process. And that will enable to bring more views, but the region bring the views and say, yes, our members, when we discuss with them, they are opting for so-and-so candidate as opposed to so-and-so candidate. And that, I think, would be a better way of engagement than the one is currently happening at the present time, where we have not had more than 10, 15, 20% of the community who have voted. And particularly, I have noticed during my campaign, I don't know about Dr. Jiva, when I did campaign, there was very little engagement coming from the youths when the Jamaat were announcing that the president is coming, potential president is coming, he will present his manifesto, etc. There were very few people over there. And most of the time, the only time we got the crowd was when there was a majalis over there at the mosque, and you were given 10 or 15 minutes when the people are so tired, they want to go home, and you can see from their faces, and they're saying, when is he going to finish talking so that we can go home? We don't care. And this is the reaction we have seen. So I would say we have to consider this very carefully. I personally, having experienced it, would say we need to get the election of the president done at the conference. It will give us more opportunity of candidates standing for their position. It will be more democratic in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maji Pramukh Sahib. So I think everybody has had an opportunity to say and look at different perspectives. This is the only opportunity I think I can say, thank God I don't have a vote at this house. Because you guys have a tough job. So Alhamdulillah, God has been graceful, where I don't need to take a position on this matter. I fully love you guys. And actually I'm doing all of this to make your life easy, but this decision is not an easy decision. 1. 2, from the 80s to 2025, this has remained with the grassroots, right? You're asking it to change. 3, we are completely mind shift changes, and then we are saying, oh, okay, we are now becoming more corporate. Then Vision 2050 tells you, you are in an existential crisis, and you're still going to remove it. But then on the other hand, you have the experience of a campaigner who says, you do realize this doesn't get you what you need to get to you. And therefore you sit between fear and hope, as they say, right? Life lives between fear and hope. It makes my life even more difficult, but here is how I'm proposing I deal with this. As the IRT, I have literally two options. Bear in mind, this isn't a decision ultimately you are making. The Constitutional Conference has to agree, for which we need more than 2/3 majority to accept, right? And across the board, across the regions, there is some wanting one way and others wanting the other way, right? So what do I do now? I have two options literally, right? And this is where I will seek your guidance. And it's going to be a straightforward, easy one for you guys on this one, right? Either I draft it as status quo, which is election at grassroots, or I draft it to say, on this particular issue, the conference has two options, this or this, and then they will have to vote for it, right? In any event, however I draft it, this issue has to be brought up as a separate line when we are dealing with the Constitutional Conference, right? Because it's that hot issue, and ultimately the conference will make the position to say it's either grassroots or conference. It's not a decision this House can even bind the Constitutional Conference. There is a whole work that needs to be done on the how, and I will get to it. My perspective as IRT is that I draft a status quo, right? As part of the notice that will go, this will be an item of agenda that has to come. It should be given an hour of debate and a vote will be taken place. If it passes, it changes. If it doesn't pass, status quo remains. Remember, our fallback position has always been status quo, unless we do a change, right? And even if I take a vote now, let's say you get 60-40, you get 70-30, conference masuta se bache. So from a standing position, I am going to take a position of status quo, and conference has to make its ultimate choice. Unless I'm going to get some, no points of orders, but points saying, listen, no, do it the other way. But literally one sentence is please, yeah? G.
Keep it status quo. Anyone has to bring it up otherwise. Not do it actively to give a choice and then we have another 2.5 hours because mathematically it's impossible. So I'm going for the purist approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Ji, Dr. Saab.
I think you have to give both options because if you just give status quo and that's rejected, where do we go from there? So I think
sorry, status quo can't be rejected. Sorry.
Yeah, both options have to be there, and let then the conference decide which is the way they want to go.
Ji, Shabir bhai.
If you are going for two options, then you might as well vote it here. Where is the worry? Which, to be honest, I think we should avoid. The reason being, we have consultations to make with our regions and our members and come back. But if you're going to take two there, then you eliminate one here. In any case, the conference can supersede, but I go along with what Arif by saying, you leave it to status quo, and at that time, if it is the conference has all the powers, though it would help, otherwise, bidaj kariginje, and I don't think it should be done here. That's my opinion. I don't know, my chairman.
Thank you. Based on the sentiments of what people are saying, I don't think you'll get more than 75% who will want to change, right? Now, this isn't a formal vote, please. This is just from everything I've heard, and I've made lots of notes and just trying to work out, as Arif Ali Bhai would tell you, you know, from a purist perspective, mathematically, it doesn't look like it. But it doesn't mean conference can't change it, right? So we will maintain status quo. Conference has the ability to do what it needs. It can't reject status quo. It can request an amendment, which as part of the constitution you can bring anyways, because once notice is given, right, then when the deliberations are happening, they can say, we want to change this because notice has already been given, because it's not a separate resolution, it's part of the, right? So that's my suggestion as IRT, but ultimately it is this House's view, if you want me to go that way or you want me to go the other way, right? For me, it's a drafting point only, rather than anything else, right? Because you can always change it, right? Am I maintaining status quo? I need some, unfortunately, the people on the virtual world. So Shahid Bhai, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, Shabar, I wasn't far from what you said. Let's maintain status quo. If the conference thinks that they need the changes, apne changes conference ko kari શકે છે. But let us maintain status quo because the essence of the House right now is moving towards the status quo.
Thank you, Shahid Bhai. Unless somebody has major objection, I'm going to take it as status quo. I'll give it a minute or so. G.
I had a quick question. So if you maintain status quo, then is there a discussion on this topic again in the conference or not?
Discussion at conference will automatically happen anyways because they will have a whole 34-page pack and ultimately it is a 75 majority that happens. So in my drafting, when I'm presenting it as status quo. The conference has the ability to amend as it deems fit because notice would have been given already for it.
So in either condition, there is going to be a discussion on this question, right?
Correct.
So then might as well give it as a proposal because there were people in the room who had
yeah, so what will happen is once the notice is given out, right, then at the time when, should this august body allow for an extraordinary conference, we're making all these assumptions that we're having a constitutional conference. This august body isn't allowed for a constitutional conference, right? I'm told Zahid Bhai wanted to speak something from Pakistan Federation.
Yeah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Just want to emphasize the point that we should have the both option. So once we have on the conference, we'll have the equal opportunity for voting on the either side. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me make it a little easy. By default, should you decide to have a constitutional conference, and the notice has been given, by default, they can open up those discussions. By nature, it will happen, right? You can give guidance to the Secretariat to say, the Constitutional Conference, this is going to come, we need to make sure this debate comes up. Khalas. Ultimately, that is all that's going to happen, right? Otherwise, I will have to give in the notice not 80 pages, like 160 pages, right? Because of two different versions and all of that. So if you're okay with it, I will go with status quo as from an IRT perspective. It's a conference. Conference has the ability to do whatever it needs. With sufficient notice, I'm sure regions will do their consultations and come to the conference because ultimately you need more than 75% majority to vote, right? So if everybody is okay with that, I'm going to, Dr. Saab.
Sorry, I don't want to drag this on. I just want a clarification. So if you go for status quo, and if that's rejected, then does it automatically mean that there's another option on the table, or there's another discussion of what should be the option to replace that? My worry is that we don't go to the conference and have another long debate if that's not going to pass, what your status quo is not going to pass. Okay. That was the only clarification I require. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. The conference can't reject status quo because that's already in the existing constitution, right? What it can do is say, actually, we want to make a change to this and do the other way. What it can't do is say, what this is, we don't want. But that's how you're running your organization. So you can't reject it on the basis that, because that is already in sacrosanct, that's what it is. So either you continue with that or you want to create a change. You can't reject it, you can create a change. So it's almost like, when normally constitutional conference, okay, I want to amend it from, it will be used the word grassroots or whatever the sentence is, to the conference. So they can create a change. They can't reject that outright. Because if they reject that outright, the whole document gets rejected outright. Right? Because they can't, because it's a corporate organization, when we go to conference, it can't go line by line, right? It looks at it holistically to say this is holistically how the document is. And because remember, at the Constitutional Conference, if it does get approved, we then have to go to the Charities Commission, 6-9 months for them, whatever amendments they will ask, whatever, before the organization comes to life. And then there'll be at the next conference where the transfer will take place. So there's quite a number of steps that will take place. By inherent position, it can't reject the status of the current position. Because also the conference itself said you have to be as close to it, so you can't suddenly change it, right? So they can change it to, they can amend it, but they can't reject the current proposition. And it will be a 6-hour debate on the issue. But $75%. Yes. So that process is the Executive Council's prerogative, which is you need more than 75% under the current constitution, because you remember you're changing the whole thing. So it's not a simple majority issue, it's a 75% majority issue. Right? So, yeah, okay. So that's where we are going, right? Regional federations, if you decide to have a different position wanting to change, we will do it at the conference. You need 75% majority, right? Now, we've got one more item that is not finished, right? Which is in terms of the members' representative executive council. From a drafting point of view, elected members have a restriction that they have to be COJA members. There is one element that is left, which is should the regional federation members should be locked as restricted to COJA Shia International members or not. That one I have had no broad consensus on the matter, right? Now, the question to you is, from my drafting point of view, what is it that you want me to do? Arif Ali Bhai.
Same, when you cannot have a steer and you know you are going for a constitutional angle which demands it for 75%, you have no other choice than going for a status quo. And then the House being the conference, will have to convince the whole House 75% to do the other way. And there is an onus of doing two things. Onus number one is to convince 75%. Onus number two, to come with a counter wording to be able to do that. And that's the onus of the conference. So I would say you write it as per status quo, and the onus is on the conference to change that. Again, this House does not have any right to go into the membership that the member Nasimco can go and change. That's again the other elephant in the room. We can't do that. If we do that, then we cannot even go for any constitution. And we cannot go for incorporate status at all. So you'll have to do a status quo. Thank you.
Just to clarify this issue about status quo, because we haven't got a consensus as such, we'll keep it as a status quo, but that's not stopping any of you as members to bring an amendment to that particular clause at the conference. So basically, you have got, if you haven't made that decision as it is today, it'll be there as a status quo. You can then bring an amendment to change that, like for example, whatever Dr. Saab wanted at the conference. And if your amendment gets 75%, then it's gone through. And if it doesn't get 75%, then the status quo remains. So I think that's the way the process would be.
Right. So on the MREC, there is broad consensus that we will be closing the elected members to the COJA members of the community. When it comes to regional federation representatives, they will be silent on the matter, which is the status quo in the matter. And conference has the ability, if it gets 75%, to change that if they wish, similar to the election issue, right? And that allows us to, enables us to finalize the document so that we can take it to the next stage. AV team. I need the resolution, but the iPad's gone. Oh, sorry, before I get to the resolution, Alijadwa, is there anybody online? There's not. Okay. So these were the two critical issues, right? And just for clarity, there's no ambiguity, right? Election of the president, status quo remains. On the MREC, it is taking one extra step, and the elected members have to be restricted, and the rest is silent as it requires. So these were the two meaty, chunky things that we needed to resolve. The president has given me 15 minutes, because I think he wants to address the House, because we have to close. 6:30 the guests are coming, so so that's the restriction I've been given. I have two things still to do. One is if there are any other questions that I need to answer about the IRT, and number two, it's your house, it's your rules. If you think we have done a sufficient enough good job, that you need to agree in principle to then call the extraordinary conference, right? And I have pre-done a resolution which generally allows that, which I will put up. So, Zafar Bhai had specific questions. If there are any others, we'll take the questions and then we will answer them as fast as we can. GR.
I think that the definition of Khoja, which you touched on and you summarized, that working group needs to have some kind of TOR. That means specifically what time they need to come back by. For example, that's why it was very pertinent to say that if you're going for an extraordinary conference, what is the minimum time limit? Take that into account and at least say that the Khoja definition is ready 3 weeks before that. So I would very much like that this House gives a guidance, because you won't otherwise get a commitment from all regions on who would come up with the definition. If you want a simple one from every region, let the Secretary General of each one of them say who that would be, and plus the head of the Khoja Heritage Project on top of that. That's it. But you have a time limit, come back with the definition, and we don't need to call another ExCo for that definition. It should just be coming and put that in. Thank you.
Thank you. G. Shabir, and then I'll come to
so my apologies. I wasn't aware that you put a team.
I haven't put, we have no team
okay,
informed.
Okay. So even if you do, and you just mentioned Hasnan Bhai's, and there is only the team can consult. I'm not saying put this person on that. When we had this situation in Africa and we were looking for Khoja, actually we hit it. Khoja definition is there from 46 of Africa Federation. Those Khojas who accept is the definition. However, the person that we should, and we sought his guidance, and that is Dr. Sipten Panjwani. So he has got in-depth research on this. Take it, see if it helps. If not, all these Khojas that we know of since before your birth are Khojas.
I will deal with that, and I have a solution for that, because that is an Executive Council thing which I will ask Ali Jawad Bhai to take it on, but with timelines and everything. So I will deal with that very specifically, because let's be honest, that's outside the technical remit of the IRT. Zafar Bhai, I will take your questions. Anybody with any other questions after Zafar Bhai, I will take them all, and then I can hopefully get through them. So Zafar Bhai.
So, yeah. Okay.
This issue or?
No, the MREC question.
MREC question. Let Zafar Bhai go through his question, then I'll come to you, Zafar Bhai.
So, as you know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about the powers of trustees and members, particularly in terms of the Constitution. I'd like you to explain to us clause 41.2.3 and 41.2.4. There's some words which say to approve any decisions, of trustees on leases, to approve any decisions on sale or rent. Can you just clarify to me, what do you mean by that, to approve any decision? So do the trustees have the right to make those decisions and then bring it for ratification, or do they need to come to the members' committee to ask for decision to rent or to buy a property? Can you clarify that, please? Because it feels quite onerous otherwise.
So this is 41.2.3, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And similar 41.2.4, they're kind of around physical properties. And then there's also 41.2. about borrowing. I think there's one more further down on borrowing as well, which is 41.2.8. It has odd phrasing.
41.2.6, you mean?
6, sorry, I don't have my glasses on.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Zafar Bhai. I have Raza Bhai, and then I have Shahid Bhai, you said, right? Online. Okay. So Raza Bhai?
Yeah, so that on AMREC point, you are going with the status quo. My question is, can we do is there a provision for hybrid approach in that case? So maybe we could have, we could cap the number of non-Khojas. Is that a provision possible?
Yes, you can do. There's nothing stopping you.
Okay.
Sorry, I was meant to take all the question and answer, but I think that was a straightforward one. So, Shahid Bhai?
Thank you, Shabar Bhai. I got disconnected a couple of times. I just wanted to know, as a Dubai Jamaat membership chair, how did you tackle it, and what is the way forward for Dubai Jamaat and the similar Jamaats? So, Kali, in our portfolio, Prakash Apso, so we can know the way forward.
Thank you, Shahid Bhai. The question was around Dubai Jamaat and how does that all fill into this. Any other questions before I start dealing with this? Online as well? Is there anybody, Ali Jad Bhai? Okay, so nothing more. All right. So let me deal with Dubai Jamaat because it's probably straightforward than Zafar Bhai's technical answer. So for Dubai Jamaat, and at the beginning of my presentation I said, in a corporate organization, the concept of an associate doesn't exist. Either you have the right to vote or you don't have the right to vote. There is no middle ground to say, "Mane aun che pan vote nahi karu." Invite tari kya ho? Right. So I am not making light of the situation. I am just setting out the proposition. Dubai Jamaat needs to federate. In Birmingham, I had also said in my preamble on this particular issue that it is going to be the saddest day for the community if Dubai Jamaat doesn't federate and form a Middle East federation, because they are the only ones left to complete the circle of the World Federation of KSIMC globally. In fact, in the 1976 Constitution, our forefathers, even at that stage, had mentioned the Middle East. And they've consistently been. I understand the challenges that that area faces in terms of what they can or can't do and all of this, but there are possible solutions out there. They will need to take some steps to become members of the federation so that they can be within the fold of the community and be active participants of the federation as opposed to this associate issue, right? They have been given the option. They now need to take those steps. I can update the House of the options they have so that you understand that this isn't just spoken out of vacuum. They can form a limited company seated in the UK. They can form an unincorporated association in the UK where there are no public records for that. Like in a company, you have to file at the company's house and people can see your accounts and this, that, and the other. You can form an association, but honorable councillors, this is a decision they have to take, right? And that is the situation of Dubai Jamaat. My humble request to this august body, to the office bearers, to each of the regional federation presidents, this is your responsibility to make sure that no member of the Khoja fraternity is left outside. Whether you have been elected by conference, or you have been elected by the grassroots, or you have whatever it may be, your role as the regional lead and the trustees of the organization, it is paramount that you ensure everybody is within the fold. There are options, there are possibilities, and as they say, where there is a will, there is a way. All of this can be done. It needs push, it needs support, and it needs, this house needs to go to Dubai to say, we want you in our fold, we need to do this action. I implore the heads of the regions, the wise men and women of our community do not let them sit on the peripheries of our organization. It has been in existence for as long as a lot of the Jamaats have been. There are options on the table. They need to take that position. As chair of the IRT, I can't do any more than that, apart from begging this house to talk to them, to say, Bayo, આ છૂટા છેરા અમને નથી ખપતો, અમે બધા એક છે. અને બધા એક થવામાં એના સોલ્યુશન છે. હા, ઓલાકાની ચેલેન્જીસ છે, ઓલાકાના ડિફિકલ્ટીઝ છે, પણ જ્યારે તમે 6 જણા અને વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના પ્રમુખ સાથે બેસે તો કોણ દુનિયાના પ્રોબ્લેમ સોલ્વ નહીં કરી શકે? અમે જો માણસોને સોમાલિયાથી બોટમાંથી કાઢી શકે, હસનૈનભાઈ બોલી ગયા કે કોઈ સ્ટેટ ખાલી સ્ટેટ્સ મોકલાવતી હતી, બરાબર? કન્ટ્રીઝ યુઝ ટુ સેન્ડ પીપલ to evacuate. We are the only community that has sent people, boats to move people out of Somalia, then again in Yemen. And as you've heard what is happening today. But I mean, no solution solve નથી કરી શકતા. Bayo અને બહેનો, that is now, you know, more than a joke. Solutions છે, તમે લોકો બેસો એમની સાથે અને એનું સોલ્યુશન નિચોડીને તમે કાઢો. થઈ જશે. છે ઓપ્શન. Dubai issue, another question. Dubai issue. Okay, I will take the Dubai issue because I need to deal with Zafar Bhai.
It's a positive comment, so I just want to confirm with you that you have discussed the option with the president of Dubai Jamaat.
Correct.
He is aware of the options.
He is.
Okay. I will undertake to have a discussion with him because it's easy for me, I live in Dubai. And I have had many conversations with him in the past. So now that you have told me you have given him the option, I undertake to have a discussion with him, and within 4 weeks, I will let you know what was the outcome of my discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Saib. I think that's a commitment from the House. You need to update your colleagues and your Executive Council as to your outcomes, because I need to put one line only, which says member ex-federation, and this is their address. The role is of this august body is to take it, because there is a process then they need to undertake, which is apply for membership and stuff. But all of that is possible. But they need to take the first step of forming a federation. Bravo? Now, Zafar Bhai, on this issue, so this is under the reserved powers, specifically around, it is about decisions the trustees to buy, take, lease, or exchange, hire, otherwise acquire, deal with any real estate. So buying real estate, you need to come to MREC for approval. Buying real estate, right?
But can I check? I mean, as you know, we would buy properties every now and then for investments, etc. Are we sure that's what we want to do? We want to come back to this house with a special resolution to buy a property or to lease an asset, right? We might lease an office every now and then. It seems to me it's just not required. I think we need to leave some of those powers with the trustees, and then they're held to account for those decisions within the members' committee. So I would really seek you all, and I don't know if anyone has any other comments over here, but I would suggest that we change those clauses to leave those powers with the trustee, and then they're held accountable for those decisions as with any other decision that they make.
Thank you. I'll come to you, Arif Ali Bhai. Just on 41.2.6, this is to do with borrowing money. So for borrowing money, as a charity, you need to come to the members. That's how it's been drafted here. Arif Ali Bhai?
Yes, cognizant is under borrowing of money, but the outcome is still the same, because you will mostly have that as a leverage anyway, or equity as point. The point here is that I don't think that the IRT was given that power to change. That's the issue. However, if we are going towards, then one can present a resolution of articles changes, which is a counter, and that should be written to the Secretariat well in advance of the calling. And because you brought it up here, then if that undertaking comes on, then somebody has to write it, but it's not the IRT's mandate to write it up on this point. So that's my humble suggestion. And the reason for it is the mandate was not given by the ExCo, it was given by the conference. Thanks.
Okay, I mean, respectfully, what I would suggest is, if this is what is currently written, which is part of the problem that we've had in the past, this is not what is happening. And therefore, I don't think as a House we can just simply accept it to say, okay, because it is the case, we carry on, we will land up in the same problems that we had in the past when we're trying to explain why you did certain things.
So my answer to that is slightly different. We had a very limited role and limited remit. So we've transposed our remit to what it needs to be at, right? Remember, just because it wasn't followed doesn't mean it was not there, and it doesn't mean we don't strengthen our governance. The whole parameters of conversion was to protect the trustees, but with protection comes responsibility, right? And that is the whole point. Now, we've also then looked at the judgment and actually gone through in detail, and these are some of the weaknesses that it had already picked up on. All we are doing is we now have to make sure we follow that process. By precedence, it doesn't mean it wasn't there, and it doesn't mean we don't have to follow. If we want to change it, my mandate is I have to go as close to what the current proposition is. I have no mandate to expand.
Sorry, can I? This is why, sorry Rasool Bhai, this is why I agree with Zafar Bhai. IRT, you have got your mandate, you stipulate it as per so-called adapted, is almost a status quo which you have just extrapolated. The reason why this is coming up is because in the IRT, we don't have ex-office bearers, or at least not many of them, while Zafar Bhai and myself feel like that because we've seen that that's not practical. And I see that Mr. Chairman is sitting silent because he does not comment in regards to the... However, this is quite obvious. Practically, if we are going to a conference where we have an opportunity of changing or putting forward a new resolution, I would say to my absolute dear brother, Zafar Bhai, that why don't you put up a few suggestions, send it in good time to the Secretariat. When we call for the conference, it's ready to be it's part of a same envelope, and it's going to the conference, so nobody's going to say it is something which is outside, something which is not allowed. Okay?
I think we've got to look at it from a okay, let's take one step back on this issue. We need to look at it from a two-step process, right? At the moment, we have an organization that is unincorporated, and the overwhelming response was, let us incorporate it. The remit that the IRT was given was very narrow to say, do everything in your power to keep as close to it as possible. If it goes 2 steps outside as close as possible, you are outside your remit. You are not allowed to drive on the 3rd lane of the motorway. You can only be in the 1st lane of the motorway. Khalas. Now, are there 50 other changes that everybody would like to make? 100%, right? In fact, I had a discussion with Arif Ali Bhai, and I'm sure he won't mind saying, like, look, we haven't said anything about positive, like ladies and, their representation, this, that, and the other. There is discussions about whether the object clause is sufficient or not sufficient. There is discussion about 50 other million and one things. We will never finish this work. My remit, and the remit that the IRT was given, is stick in lane 1. Do not even move to lane 1.2. The only movement you're allowed is 1.1. My humble suggestion, as somebody who has sat as a trustee and has sat as a councillor, this is a 2-stage process. What is more important, incorporation or getting it 100% right and never getting it incorporated? And it is also not my remit. And neither can you expand my remit, because this is a conference limit. You stick to 1.1. If it gets approved, remember we have to go to the Charities Commission. That is another whole rigmarole on its own right. Once it gets approved, and I pray we get it approved, inshallah it will do with all your prayers and du'as, Once the organization is incorporated, its first meeting has taken place, does it stop you from changing anything? No, you have the right as members to change. Keep on changing for the next 5 years and improvise, amend, keep on changing, like every other Jamaat, every other regional federation. You have the inherent right to do it. It's whether you are now wanting to do the wholesale change or, as I say, you take a one-step process. If you take a one-step process, we will get to the end. If we don't do that, then this extraordinary conference that I'm proposing we hold will be for 10 days. And you will still not get to the consensus at the end of it. Right? If we stick to our narrow path, we need to keep our goal in mind, which is let us incorporate the organization. Once it's incorporated, every member in this house has an inherent right to seek a change. You convince the house at that point, and if it passes, it's an amendment. You don't need to go back to the Charities Commission. The only time you will need to go back to the Charities Commission is if you change the object clause. The rest of it is any other change like any other constitution that you have. That is my humble suggestion on this, because all we've done is transpose one over the other. Yeah. Shahid Bhai, you wanted to say something before I come to the resolution? Shahid Bhai?
Shabar Bhai, thank you. With all respect to the mandate given to you, but I do agree with Zafar Bhai, apre aaj MREC thing, we cannot micromanage the trustees. So I think the suggestion of Arif Bhai, I would like to propose to the regional heads when we come to the conference, because it's not easy for the trustees to come and take approval from MREC for buying a real estate or small matters like those. So we need to find a solution for that in the conference.
I think it's a solution you can find. I am focused on getting you to get to an incorporated stage, and then that gives you full opportunity to change the whole thing, do whatever you need to do at the leisure of your process, as opposed to trying to do the changes beforehand, right? Now, there is a resolution I've prepared. Shahid Bhai, can I have it on the screen? There is 3 different issues after the resolution that are there, right? One is the definition of khojas. So it doesn't need to be dealt with in my IRT agenda. That is something that, Ali Jawad Bhai, you need to give a commitment to the House that you will work away with the regions as to how you'll get that definition going and stuff. Neither does it need to be ready for the conference, because if it is ready, alhamdulillah, if it's not ready, when it's ready, it will get inserted. Number 2, Abul Hassan Bhai talks about leadership, conduct, and prerequisites and stuff. This is an important item, right? As a house, you need to make that call as to how you are going to do that. So Ali Jawad Bhai, yet again, you have the second ball in your court. If you pick it up in the secretariat section to say, how are you going to deal with this issue? Because it is way outside my 1.1 motorway remit of mine, but it's an important agenda item that you need to look at. And finally, and this is the most important element, we can talk about our grassroots conference, but by any rules, right? Bijane hybrid karuche, bijane am karuche, bijane them karuche. The Executive Council has an Electoral Commission team that it elected. It needs to start working with the Executive Council to form the rules of the election. It's very important. And I will say this openly, if you look at my pack, where we talked about, when the legal case, what the weaknesses were and what we've been able to solve, all the open-ended items, as I call it, are all to do with elections. They need to look at it, and you need to get through it, right? Now, so Arif Ali Bhai, I haven't left anything. These are the 2 issues that will come. Now, what am I suggesting in this resolution? It is that you approve in principle, and remember status quo for the election, MREC 1 extra, the other one goes to status quo. If you approve that in principle with these changes, which I've undertaken to give you, then you approve for the calling of an extraordinary conference. When you call it, how you call it, that is your prerogative as the Executive Council. It's not my prerogative. I have a view on it, but then I'll give it to you later. And then once, if the conference adopts it, then the trustees are mandated to apply to the Charities Commission with the new corporation to seek the corporation. There is 15 other steps thereafter, but we first need to get it approved by our body to say, yes, we want to incorporate. That's the essence of this resolution. હવે આ રેઝોલ્યુશનની વાત છે તો હું તમારી પાસે તો વોટ નથી તો એ પાછા જશે સેક્રેટરી પાસે. જી આરિફ અલી. Proposed by Arif Ali Bhai Hirji, seconded by Zafar Bhai, seconded by Mohsin. No, that's fine.
Sorry, before you go to I have a question, Shabar Bhai. My head is spinning now. You've used the word status quo quite a few times, and I need clarification. On the first item, the voting of the president, status quo means it will be at the grassroots level.
Correct.
Okay. On the issue of who is a Khoja, status quo would be just the board of trustees.
No. So on the MREC issue, we've reached consensus that the elected members will be. On the regional federation, it is status quo.
Right, but status
so there's a
quo,
change.
Right, but status quo right now, if we don't move the needle any further,
it remains that thing. But the consensus when we were having that discussion was, and I said this at that point as well, that there is consensus that the elected members have to be restricted. On the issue of the regional federation, there is no consensus.
Okay.
So that will remain as status quo.
Got
So
it.
there is one change, which is that the elected members restriction will remain, and on the regional federation member representative, that will remain status quo, which is silent.
right. But the
No
elected
restriction.
councillors, the 8 elected councillors
Will be Khojas.
Right. And that is one addition we're making.
Correct.
Right? So that is not
100%.
status quo with
No,
what we have today.
not in that
Just
part.
want to clarify that. Okay.
100%. 100%. No, yeah.
Remain on the 8 elected. No, that's a change. That's a
I think
change
that's right.
where it will be restricted.
100%. So let me just
No, I just want to understand it.
100%, and it's right. So for posterity and for complete clarity, when it comes to the election of the president, the drafting will say election at the grassroots. When it comes to the members' representative executive council, the board of trustees is restricted to Khoja members. The 8 elected members of the members' representative executive council is restricted to Khoja members of the community. The regional federation representative at the members' representative executive council is silent, apart from them being constituent members of the member. This is just for clarity and for the purpose of the minutes, and so that there is no ambiguity at all tomorrow to say, su boilo ne olo su boilo. You are, anyways. So I have a hard stop in 2 minutes. So, flexibility in what? I have a second already. Yeah, that's fine. So I've been asked by the Secretary General to make sure process is correct, that the proposer, which is Arif Bhai, to read the resolution. So Arif Ali Bhai, if you don't mind indulging me.
So I propose resolution to approve draft articles of association and convene an extraordinary conference. The Executive Council of the World Federation, having reviewed the draft articles of association dated 17th of May 2025, which are intended to establish the World Federation as a charitable company limited by guarantee. It is hereby resolved that, number 1, approval in principle. The Executive Council grants its approval in principle to the draft articles of association, subject to edits agreed at the Executive Council meeting held in Toronto on 20th of June 2025. Number 2, convening an extraordinary conference in accordance with Clause 9 at the current Constitution. The Executive Council shall convene an extraordinary conference to enable members to formally consider and approve the draft articles of association. Number 3, actions following member approval. Should the extraordinary conference approve the draft articles of association in line with clause 17.2.4 of the Constitution, the office bearers are hereby authorized to submit the final version of the articles to the Charity Commission and take all necessary steps to complete the registration of the Federation as a charitable company limited by guarantee.
Ahsant. So that's proposed by Arif Ali Bhai Hirji. It has been seconded by Mahmoud Bhai Lalji, by Zafar Bhai Kaku, and I think Shahid Bhai Murji. And in Africa Federation style, they used to write "and others." So it is, and others. Bio, I would have loved to have another 2 hours of debate on this, but I don't think the President will allow me before he yanks the chair off my seat. So all those in favor? Ali Jawad Bhai, I don't know how you do this online thing.
Anybody online has objections, please type in the chat.
All those against? All those abstaining?
Anybody online? Nothing,
Nothing?
Online either. So it's all good.
And there is 4 abstentions, right? So based on the thing, we have sufficient majority to call the extraordinary conference for the purpose of incorporating. The date, the agenda is here. The date, time, and venue is something that you will deal with in the Secretariat report, because you have a resolution that allows you to call for one. The changes, I have explicitly told you what those changes are. And finally, I can only thank you for your time, for your energy. The motion is carried. And just to make sure that I don't get into hot water, I am not a member who can vote, so it has to be Ali Jawad Bhai or the President to say that the motion has been carried rather than me.
Allahumma salli ala. Yeah, just for posterity, the motion has been carried. And let us all recite Salawat Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. Shabab, you maintain a perfect timing. We said we will end at 6:30. And there was a reason why, because we have the ICARE conference opening. I will allude to that very shortly. We already have guests that have started arriving as well. So first of all, really, thank you so much, Shabab Bhai and the entire team. Rasul Bhai, Abbas Ali, Irfan Kareem, Ali Hassan, and Abul Bhai Hassan Gokal, who have worked so hard to be able to achieve what we have today, alhamdulillah, in a most profound way. As a chairman and the office bearers, we have opted to not give our opinions and facilitate the decision of this House. And I was reluctant to say that, but I think I will say it, Rasul Bhai, that I know you mentioned, and rightly so, that the 8 appointed councillors of the President is a different component of accountability, but I must commend my appointed councillors who all provided very diverse views, demonstrating that their governance and accountability to this institution is fundamentally being carried by them. So, alhamdulillah, that spirit can be maintained, but we are obviously in the new constitution cannot. So thank you so much. And the way the House has supported Shabab Bhai and his team both to maintain time and the ease with which this afternoon proceedings went through, inshallah, I have no doubt that you will support us for the next 2 days in the same spirit, and we will start at 9 a.m. sharp. As far as the extraordinary conference is concerned, we will discuss that tomorrow because we are keen to have that organized before the next ExCo, which is around October time, but we will come back to you because we don't have time now and our guests are arriving. Just to end, the Khoja definition discussion has come up, and my suggestion is that we ask the head of the Khoja Heritage Department, Hasnain Bhai, to lead this initiative and work closely with the regions to come up with the definition of the Khoja that this House has requested. Last but not least, the issue of Taqwa clause has also come up. This was discussed in 1990 in London and 2018 in Karachi. Both these occasions, the Taqwa clause was rejected by this Executive Council. It has been brought again to the attention Executive Council, and we will look into this, inshallah ta'ala. Finally, Momineen and councillors, we would humbly request you to stay behind. You can have a 5-minute comfort break because we will have Maulana Rizvi coming here. We have other scholars who have already arrived, and we will have a brief opening of the ICARE conference that is concurrently taking place with the Executive Council, which starts tomorrow morning. But tonight we will have a very brief program of around 30-40 minutes before the Eid-e-Mubahila program that will commence in this center. So we would humbly request you to stay behind. But I will ask the Secretary General finally to
announce any logistical announcements between now and tomorrow, inshallah. Yes, of course, I will leave it to. Of course, please.
Thank you, Pramukh Sahab. In the interest of time, inshallah, we start in 10 minutes. So we have 5 minutes, and then please 5 minutes to settle down again. 7:30 is the Mubahila program here in the center. Dinner will be served here. It will be a sort of a takeaway style dinner, inshallah. And tomorrow morning we meet again 9 o'clock sharp, please, so we can start and finish on time, inshallah. Can we finish with the loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad? There will be breakfast here from 8 to 8:45, inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Inshallah, we start in 2 minutes, please. We start in 2 minutes, please. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Mu'mineen, please take your seats kindly. Mu'mineen, kindly take your seats, please. Thank you.
Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. If I could request everyone please to take their seats so we can begin the program. Please take your seats. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين أبو القاسم محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين. Brothers, sisters, respected scholars, elders, community leaders, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural session of the ICARE SRI International Conference 2025, Faith in the Future, Challenges and Opportunities, hosted here at the JCC in Toronto. And please allow me to extend to you heartfelt congratulations on the auspicious occasion of Eid al-Mubarak. Salawat. To begin with, could I please invite Brother Muhammad Raza Badwani to come and grace us with a recitation from the Holy Quran. Please welcome him to the podium with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين صدق الله العلي العظيم.
Thank you very much, Brother Muhammad Raza, for that beautiful recitation from the Holy Quran. Please join me in expressing our appreciation with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. So let me just begin by saying on behalf of the International Center for Advanced Islamic Research, the World Federation of KSIMC, and the Shia Research Institute, I would just like to begin by welcoming you once again to the inaugural session of the 2025 conference of ICARE and SRI here at the JCC. And I'd like to begin, before we do anything else, I would just like to say from the bottom of my heart a big thank you to the whole team here at the JCC for all the work they've done facilitating not only one conference upstairs, the ExCo, the WF ExCo conference, but at the same time as facilitating this conference up here, they are facilitating a second conference downstairs, which I hope some of you will be able to sneak away to join from time to time. But I just want to say, from everyone at ICARE and everyone sort of in the conference planning team, thank you to the JCC for the amazing work you've done, and thank you, Rizwan Bhai, for hosting us once again. I feel that at this rate I should just move to Toronto. It might be easier than the jet lag. So just a quick running order of this evening's short program. I'll begin by saying a few words, then I will give the floor to the President of the World Federation, Haj Safdar Jafar, who will be speaking. We'll also hear from Brother Abbas Bandali from Nasimco and Sayyid Maulana Rizvi of the JCC. We'll also have a video address from Sayyid Munir Khabaz, a short video address that we'll be playing. Unfortunately, Sheikh Ali Dina isn't able to be here because of global events, but we're sending du'as for his safety and well-being. And then we will close with some final remarks from our gracious host, Rizwan Khalfan. So that's the running order. Let me talk to you a little bit about the conference we're hosting at the same time as the ExCo over the weekend, because I imagine many of you will be busy with events up here, but I'd really like you to get a glimpse of what we'll be talking about downstairs, perhaps in the hope of luring you away. So rather than me just simply telling you, I would like to show you what we'll be doing. And to that end, there is a short trailer that we're releasing on our social media this evening that we can play now.
سيأتي زمن حتى الطفل يتمكن من استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي بسهولة، فلا بد أن نسبق هذا الزمن، لا بد أن نسبق هذا العالم، لا بد أن نسبق إلى استخدام واستثمار الذكاء الاصطناعي بما يفيد تعليم أبنائنا.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Habib Mazahir, and I'm a student at the School of Islamic and Occidental Studies in the holy city of Qum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is Abbas Bandali.
And my name is Sabiha Bandali.
We live in Austin, Texas. We're looking forward to seeing you at the upcoming ICARE conference, inshallah, in Toronto.
My name is Dr. Akbar Bitani, and I am a specialist in the care of the elderly.
My name is Dr. Sabra Kanani, and I'm a palliative care physician in Hamilton, Ontario.
And my name is Iqbal Jafar, and I'm a cardiac surgeon in Hamilton, Ontario. At ICARE 2025, we're going to be speaking about major decision-making at the end of life.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Amina Inlos, and I am a lecturer at the Islamic College in London, in the United Kingdom.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Muhammad Ali Ismail, Director of Research and Publications at the Islamic College in London.
My name is Mehdi Hazari. I'm a neurophysiologist and an environmental scientist. I'm the head of religious education and research at the Imam Mehdi Association of the Marja'iyya, which is the liaison office of His Eminence Sayyid Sistani in North America.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Azhar Shirazi. I am a scholar in residence at the Muslim Community Center in Atlanta. I am also an editor at the As-Sidra magazine, supported by the World Federation, ICARE, as well as the Ahlul Bayt Islamic Seminary.
I'm here at the JCC in Toronto, where in 24 hours we will be launching our 2025 International Conference, Faith and the Future, Challenges and Opportunities. We're going to be talking about artificial intelligence, climate change, education, biomedical ethics, and so much more. So that gives you a flavor of some of the topics that we're going to be talking about over the next 2 days downstairs. For those of you that aren't aware, the reason for the existence of the International Center for Advanced Islamic Research within the World Federation is to bridge the gap between scholarship, expertise, and the wider community in order to answer the challenges that we as Muslims are facing today. We bring together scholars and experts so that we can discuss how to carry the weight of our tradition, of our heritage, into the future. Right now, we live at a time of unprecedented change, but also of immense challenges. The events of the last few weeks underscore that in a very visceral and painful way. But we have a duty, not just as scholars, not just as subject matter experts, but as followers of the Ahlul Bayt, to look towards the future. I think it's really significant that this conference is happening on the occasion of Mubahala. When we look in the Holy Quran and we read the verse of Mubahala, and we see who Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi brought with him to Mubahala, there is a powerful message in there for us. Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala says that he should say to them, we will call our sons and your sons, and our women and your women, and ourselves and yourselves. And then we will call down the curse of Allah on the liars. And of course, we all know the story of Mubahala. We know that the Christians of Najran, who this verse was being addressed to, said, let's see who this man brings with him. Let's see, does he bring just anybody, or does he bring his nearest and his dearest? And of course, we know that Rasulullah, who did he bring? He brought his daughter, Fatima Zahra, Sayyidat al-Nisa al-Alameen. He brought Ali ibn Abi Talib, his son-in-law, Amir al-Mu'mineen, and he brought Sayyiday Shabab Ahl al-Jannah, Hassani wal-Husayn, alayhim salam ajma'een. Salawat. And I just want to call attention to one detail about this event, just one detail, because it is the year of the youth. In that group of people who came with Rasulullah, they were all from the youth. They were the next 2 generations, not just of the ummah, but of the guides of that ummah. The event of Mubahala comes at a crucial time in the Islamic calendar, between the 2 great Eids of Al-Adha and Ghadir, 2 happy occasions. And then the 10 days of Ashura, of Muharram, of sad occasions. It is an inflection point in the calendar that we should take a moment to ponder on. Because Mubahala is about the future. It is about the future generations of the Ummah, the future guides of the Ummah. And that is because from the very beginning of his mission, the Prophet was thinking about the future. When he gathered together his nearest kin to invite them to Tawheed, he took that opportunity to appoint Ali as his successor. From the very beginning of his mission, the Prophet was thinking about the future. But today I feel that we, as Muslims and as followers of the Ahlul Bayt, we are always reacting to the present. But we want to change that. And that is why in this conference, we have brought together world-renowned experts and thought leaders and scholars to talk about the pressing issues affecting us today, whether it be artificial intelligence, whether it be biomedical ethics, whether it be how we educate our children, or whether it be climate change. These are the topics, the burning issues that we should be focused on. But this conference is about even more than that. It isn't just about looking towards the future, it is about looking to the future together as a community. Because if we want to tackle these big questions, if we want to tackle the challenges presented to us by the changes we see in the world today, we cannot do it alone. And that is why I am so proud to say that in this conference, we have so many of the major Shia Islamic organizations of North America represented. Not only do we have our hosts, the JCC, our host federation, NASIMCO, the World Federation. We also have the Shia Research Institute that is blazing new trails in academic research into Shia Islam. We have the Imam organization. We have Mainstay. We have Imamiyya Medics. All represented in this conference talking about these issues. And I feel that if we are to succeed, if we are to look to the future, in fact, no, if we are to build a future that is founded on the teachings of the Ahlul Bayt, then it must be done together. And it is in that spirit that I would like to extend a personal invitation to everyone here to attend a special panel tomorrow evening after the ExCo is finished on community building that will be taking place between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. in the hall downstairs, where we will discuss how can we build resilient communities of faith that are ready for the challenges of the new century. We're very short on time, so I would just like to finish by making one request from everyone here. Please, can we take a moment to recite a Surat al-Fatiha for all of those who have lost their lives in recent weeks. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Allahumma ajjal li waliyaka al-faraj. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. I would now like to invite the President of the World Federation, Haj Safdar Jafar, to take the podium and deliver his welcome address. Salawat.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa bihi nasta'een wa sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ahli baytihi tahirin. Respected Sayyid Maulana Muhammad Rizvi, the President of Nasimco, Abbas Bhai, President of ISIJ, Rizwan Bhai, President of Africa Federation, Amin Bhai Nasur, President of Council of European Jamaat, Arif Bhai, councillors, scholars, most importantly, brothers and sisters, Salamun alaikum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I just want to echo the sentiments of Sheikh Alexander that we are really privileged that we are here at this beautiful center, probably one of the best centers that I have seen in my global travels, where concurrently with the Executive Council meeting, we are having this conference taking place downstairs. And it is not an ordinary conference, it is a conference that takes us to the next to support our generation and the fundamental challenges that we face. Sheikh Alexander also mentioned, and he took away that line from my very brief speech, is that it is the day of the Wiladat, also Eid Mubahila. So, Kushali Mubarak and Eid Mubarak to all of you. And no coincidence, perhaps, that the verse that he recited from Manhajaka, just the prior verse to that when the Christians of Najran came to debate, the discussion was on Nabi Isa. And the Quran clearly describes that in Masala Isa Kamasali Adam Khalaqahu min Turabin Summa Kana Summa. You need to remind me of the verse. So the verse itself was a discussion and a debate that was taking place with the Christians. And that, of course, is to do with outreach and the invitation that Islam gave to the Christians. As far as the dialogue within our community is concerned and the challenges that we face, not only are various ideologies, and this was also discussed at the Africa Federation conference, the challenges of the various ideologies and discussion that come up, but above all, some of the serious ethical, medical, spiritual, religious issues that are coming up that are sometimes not discussed and difficult to discuss from the member because of the nature of the subject. The artificial intelligence itself, the medical technology and the rise of biomedical issues, the end of life issues, family life, the challenges that our young people face in this environment, mental health, ecology, climate, and the list, it goes on and on. The objective of establishing ICARE was precisely to discuss the undiscussable, but not in that environment of a majalis, because it's a monologue. Not only that, you have a variety of people, from young kids to the elders, from people who are very well versed to people who don't know anything, or know something that is very limited. So this platform of ICARE is to discuss the undiscussable in an environment that is safe, in an environment in the presence of so many scholars. And we are really privileged, and I would like to again echo the sentiments mentioned earlier by Sheikh Alexander to thank some of the scholars. They have many more coming tomorrow from across North America and Canada and globally, and from the Holy City as well, alhamdulillah, to come and support us with this very important initiative. So the objective of ICARE really is to discuss the undiscussable to bridge the gap between the academia and the Hausa and the community for that matter, and in that way try to resolve or address some of these challenges. So the mission statement of ICARE is to address the intellectual and spiritual challenges facing the Khoja and the global Shia ethno-Shia community by combining traditional scholarship and innovative research, and to promote the study of Shiaism globally. And the vision statement is to become a premier global center in Islamic research where people can explore timeless and contemporary questions to provide intellectual responses to the challenges of the modern world from an authentically Shi'i perspective. When we met His Eminence, he specifically re-emphasized on this matter of ensuring that it is authentic and it is using the Shia perspective in the research. We are very pleased at the same time today that this conference that is taking place is co-hosted, or rather it is jointly being organized between the ICARE and the Shia Research Institute that Maulana Rizvi himself has founded and champions. Whilst our institute is more communal based in meeting the needs of our community and bringing it towards research, Maulana Rizvi is broader with respect to academia research and bringing obviously Shia scholastic views from that perspective. And by combining forces and working together, we hope and pray that we can combine those efforts and inshallah support our communities globally. This conference and the theme of this conference is quite interesting and noteworthy: faith and the future. Opportunities and challenges. Many challenges out there, but equally the opportunities are there. There are subjects that will be dealt with from tomorrow, from Islamic studies dealing with hermeneutics to the evolution of khums, the Quranic root to Imami application. There'll be a workshop specific to that. Many people asked a lot of questions about zakat and khums. This is your time to go down for this workshop. Artificial intelligence, several Islamic AI tools, the governance around it, the challenges and the opportunities with AI, and Sayyid Munir Khabbaz is going to deal with that. The ecology and climate change, community building that you mentioned, that if we get a chance, and I'm very keen that our councillors, if we get a chance after 6 p.m., when we finish the Executive Council, if you can join that session, it will really benefit. One of the objectives of bringing this conference together with the ExCo was for the councillors to be exposed to this environment. We have had already one, alhamdulillah, in Africa, 2 now here in Toronto, and we want to obviously do it in all regions. So with that, I will end, but I will say our challenges are plenty. Tomorrow, inshallah, Brother Ali Gokul will be presenting the 2050 vision. And one component of that is the spiritual challenges that we face in terms of the spiritual leadership. We have, alhamdulillah, great scholars and many scholars, but we have a dearth of scholars who are holistic and can provide all these challenges that you see, from pastoral leadership, social, financial, relationship, bioethics, trauma management, outreach, all these comprehensive experiences that our young people, in particular at the Jamaat and community levels, need. There are very few, and I say with all respect because all the scholars are bringing in enormous talent and effort here, and I'm sure you will help us explore. But the challenges we face in the 144 Jamaats globally is that we are in the dearth and in search of such scholars who can bring all this together and serve the community. The way we see how lucky you are here at JCC that you have Maulana Rizvi, who has a holistic understanding, and I hope and pray that World Federation can facilitate that. And tomorrow, inshallah, Ali, I've taken this from your slide, and you'll excuse me, but I think it is important that we have a 2050 vision where, inshallah ta'ala, every community of ours, not only within the World Federation domain, but the Shia communities, should have excellent scholarships that understand our issues, solve it, have an academic platform to come and discuss the indiscussable, and optimize and make sure that those solutions are provided, and to keep the community holding. Because after all, the most important component of the World Federation, and for that matter our Jamaats, is our spirituality and our faith. And that is why we are here, and that is why ICARE is there to support you, inshallah. I wish you all the best, and once again, thank you very much to all those who have come from far and wide for this conference. And I'm sure with the beautiful hospitality of the Jamaat, your life will be made very comfortable over here. Jazakallah, wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Pramukh Saab, for that very inspiring presentation. We're going to switch up the running order just a little bit as our next speaker has another commitment downstairs. So I would like now, without further ado, to respectfully request Maulana Sayyid Muhammad Rizvi to take the podium and deliver his welcome address. Can we please all welcome him with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ونبينا بالقاسم محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين أما بعد. Respected ulama, leaders of the communities, brothers and sisters in Iman, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you, Sheikh Alexander Khalili. I think him and even Haj Safdar already talked about Mubahala. So I'm not going to talk about it. I have a whole lecture, inshallah, in about 15 minutes about it. But I'll just go, welcome you as the Principal Director of the Shia Research Institute, which is hosting this conference in collaboration with IARE of the World Federation. And I thought maybe this will be an opportunity to briefly express my gratitude that we got this opportunity to host this event together in our city, Toronto. And would like to take this opportunity to briefly talk about it, especially for those who might not have heard about it before. This is an institution which just started about just over 2 years ago. And the idea has been there for a long time. And then coming up of the ICARE also was an addition to this process that we see on a global level. Basically, as far as the Shia Research Institute is concerned, we perform research and also create publications and host unique conferences in academic settings. We are more focused in finding our own place and the Shia voice in the academia. I think the time has come where we should take the narrative of the Shia should be in the hands of the Shias. We have the ability, we have the voice, the scholarship, that we can be talking about the Shia studies in the academic, environment. And so when we look at the 2 years, what we have been able to do, if you look at the podcast that we have based on academic discussions, we have about 24 episodes now. And we have hosted and participated in different conferences all the way locally from University of Toronto to our academic director, Sheikh Dr. Vinay, has represented us at Oxford University, Harvard, even the Ismaili Institute in London, University of Chicago, and many other places. We had a conference last year in collaboration with University of Toronto on a very controversial topic, which was the place of Ibn Arabi in the Shi'i faith. And there was a reason why we started with that. Some other time, inshallah, we can talk about it. And in academic settings, you get all kinds of views. And inshallah, in this year, in August, we are co-hosting with the University of Toronto a major conference on Shia tafsir of the Quran, where prominent academicians are coming from around the world. And so, alhamdulillah, we are proud to say that, this is a local Toronto organization. We have the support of the community here, even ISIJ. have been very supportive and accommodative of our activities. Alhamdulillah, in a very short time, we were able to actually get our office within the University of Toronto campus. We are right in the administrative building of the Toronto Schools of Theology, which is actually a network of faith-based colleges and universities in a way which is affiliated to the UFT. And that has really created a very important, opportunity for us. We also now have the chance to welcome our Shia students from UFT, where they can actually, they gather once a month, to discuss on different issues at our office. And they also can know now that there is a Shia, spiritual, and, if they want any counseling or advice, they don't necessarily have to come all the way to, north of Toronto. They can come right there. And that itself is a very important element for us. And so, when we talk about engaging with the community, one way of that was to even collaborate with ICARE on this conference. MashaAllah, when we look at the diversity of the themes, I think the two speakers before me have already talked about the importance of it. I'll just say, when we talk about future, when we talk about challenges, future is there, we have to talk about it. Our madhab is based on the concept of intizar. We are already talking about the future, and that is also the future before the end of time. And so, this is ingrained in our mind. We have to be forward-looking. And when it comes to the challenges, we have to realize opportunities only come when we are challenged. So we shouldn't be running away from challenges. That is actually the basis where, innovation will come in, new ideas will come in. We might not always agree with everything, and of course we can't do that. But that is how, we progress from one stage to another. I'll just conclude with, I'll tell you one important, example from my own journey here in Canada in the last 40 years. When I came in 1983 to Vancouver, I remember I was told that the majlis would be 10 minutes in English, the rest would be in Urdu. And then we come to Toronto now. Many, many decades after that, things have reversed. Now people complain, Maulana, aapne Urdu chhodi diye bilkul. We have 10 minutes at the end, especially when we talk about the Masaib. And so things change, and this is the reality. You have to move with the time in that way. Of course, not only move, you have to control the time and the future so that you know you are going in the right direction. And inshallah, this conference will help us in finding our path in the future. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you so much, Sayyid Rizvi, for that very insightful presentation on the work that SRI is doing. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge, while there is still so much work for us to do in this field, the difference that I see between now and 20 years ago is incredible, not just in terms of the number of organizations we have that are now working in this space, the number of publications, the amount of research that's happening, but also in terms of the quality of the scholarship that's coming out. And I think, organizing this conference, we've almost been spoiled for choice, especially in North America, with the caliber of academics and scholars that we've been able to invite. So thank you again, Sayyidina, for sharing your insights with us. And please join me in expressing our appreciation with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. For our next speaker, a man who needs no introduction in this continent at least, I would like to invite a dear friend and also a colleague from the symposium we held here, where he was speaking on artificial intelligence, the new president of NASIMCO, Abbas Bandali. Please come to the podium to deliver your welcome address, and please join me in welcoming him with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. By the way, I've started addressing him as Mr. President. I don't think he likes it, but I think he's an improvement on the previous holder in North America of that title. You know, he's still holding it, but you're our president.
Hassan, thank you. Thank you so much. I won't take too much of your time. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Many of you have been sitting here since 2:30, so I'm mindful of that, and I know we've heard a lot of people speak. I just want to say a couple of things about NASIMCO, and then a couple of things about ICARE, and then I'll give one anecdote, inshallah. First of all, shout out to JCC, the volunteers over there, the volunteers from NASIMCO as well, Sister Shifa, Sister Fatima. You guys do an amazing job, and we're very proud. Toronto makes us proud all the time, every time. We were here a month ago. It feels like we were here yesterday. The fact that we have this set up and another conference going on in parallel is amazing. And so Toronto always outdoes every time, and so we're very proud of that. Toronto being a member of NASIMCO and NASIMCO being a member of World Federation, the hierarchy, this is how we connect the dots. And so I wanted to just say one thing about NASIMCO is that my team, I have Sister Femida here and Sister Kulsum here as well. We've only been in office for 2 weeks. And so we're learning a lot of things. We're hitting the ground running. We're dealing with a lot of challenges and trying to figure out how we're going to work. But when ICARE called, and I was initially thinking of stepping out and saying I have a lot of work to be done there, but I realized the importance of ICARE. And so I just want to mention two things about ICARE. We were here about 2 months ago for the symposium. ICARE, and I was trying to figure out exactly what ICARE does and what we're going to get out of it. And so I have drunk the ICARE Kool-Aid, Sharbat. And so I wanted to share with you the Sharbat of ICARE, if you will. One is the breadth and the depth of what it brings. We had at the symposium, it was a closed-door symposium, people were invited, but we had there topics that were extremely contemporary, things that we face on a day-to-day basis. Artificial intelligence was one. End of life was another one. And at that discussion, Dr. Iqbal, whom you heard in the trailer here, and another doctor were discussing, and this was amazing. I'll just give you this one example. The doctor said that if I have to make a decision for a patient who wants suicide, medical assisted suicide, I will give up my license because it goes against my religion to participate in suicide. And Dr. Iqbal challenged him, and right there on the spot, and he said, Dr. Saab, if you give up your license, you know how many community members will be robbed of your service? This is what we call the moral injury. And it's a question that not only doctors face, but a lot of people face in today's world, is where you're having to make a decision in your work, which sometimes borders very difficult decisions religiously. ICARE gives us that platform to be discussing these things. And so the breadth and the depth that it brings on contemporary issues is amazing. So I encourage all of you to partake in this discussion. And the second thing that I wanted to say about ICARE is that we are proud, NASIMCO is proud to be able to participate in ICARE, to support ICARE, and we're hoping to take some of these outcomes from the ICARE discussions and conferences to the Jamaats. Because the Jamaats, the centers, our members, are asking these questions as well, and we're hoping to take some of these deliverables to the Jamaat. And I want to leave you with this one last thought that I had. It's an anecdote, throw light kare, because it's been heavy all day, right? Shabar Bhai would say, chai to pili there, right? You know, Mullah Nasruddin was looking under a light, under a street lamp. And they said, Mullah, I don't mean Mullah like a religious Mullah, Mullah Nasruddin, right? I said, Mullah, what are you doing? He said, I'm looking for my keys. And he said, Mullah, where did you lose your keys? I lost them there. I said, Mullah, you lost your keys there. Why are you looking here? He said, because the light is here. ICARE does that magical thing, which is it takes the light and it shines it where it needs to be shone, where we can hopefully go and find those keys. Because, and that famous saying of Mawla Ali ibn Abi Talib, salawatullah wa salamu alayhim, salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. where he challenges each and every one of us. And he says that the answers to your problems are within you. You feel you're small, but within you lies an ocean. ICARE brings that availability to each and every one of us to take some of these issues, think about it, ponder, discuss, and then say, you know what, we have the answers to some of these solutions. We just need to challenge ourselves. So please attend. The Sheikh are here, so many of them, alhamdulillah. Scholars will be there. People who work in academia will be there. I also have the ability to present tomorrow, inshallah, on capacity building, where I hope to bring something about NASIMCO as well. So it's an amazing opportunity. So I encourage everybody to attend. I thank World Federation. I thank Sheikh Khalili and his team for making this available. And I encourage all of us to participate and, inshallah, support the work that ICARE does. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you so much, Abbas Bhai, for that really wonderful presentation. I feel like I need to get you to come and introduce ICARE wherever we go after that. Thank you so much. I just want to say as well, Abbas Bhai touched on this idea of sort of this hierarchy that connects everything from the local Jamaat to the regional federation to the World Federation. And I just want to say, you know, for us at ICARE, working within the World Federation this way, we've benefited tremendously from that, whether we've been in Europe, with COEDGE, in Africa with Africa Federation, or here in North America with NASIMCO. And I just want to say we've always received tremendous support, not just from local Jamaats, but from regional federations as well. I think we've had, you know, Arif, how many events did we have here? Like in the last year, I think we've had two or three things going on in North America. And, you know, NASIMCO has always been such an excellent partner to us. So I just want to sort of give thank you both to the incoming and the outgoing presidents of NASIMCO. The real presidents of North America. I've probably said too much now. We're a little short on time, so we were planning to do a special video address from Sayyid Munir Khabaz, but what we're going to do is we were going to play that tomorrow anyway, so we're going to postpone that. It will be available online for those of you who aren't able to come and view it live, but we will be broadcasting that as part of our artificial intelligence panel tomorrow. So without further ado now, I would like to turn to the president of our host Jamaat, Rizwan Bhai Khalfan, if you would kindly come to the podium and share some of your wisdom with us. And please welcome him with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Maulana Sahib, respected scholars, fellow community leaders, brothers and sisters in faith, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You know, first let me thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for all our blessings and being able to gather here. Just to give you all a perspective, this weekend, you know, we obviously have the Eid Mubaila program tonight. Hopefully a lot of you can attend. We have the ExCo here over the 3 days. We have the ICARE conference. We have a Sadiq, which is our crown jewel. A Sadiq Islamic School, their graduation is at the gym on Saturday and Sunday. And, you know, some of my teams have asked me, why did you sign up for all this stuff? And I do apologize in advance. It wasn't because, you know, I enjoy Sheikh Khalili's company, which I do. He brings a lot of energy when he comes to Toronto. But I'll tell you that, you know, in the last 4 years that I've had the privilege of leading this community, and by the way, this community is not only JCC, it's ISIJ of Toronto, which is 4 centers. We all come to JCC, which is obviously a beautiful center, but we have Brampton Masumeen Islamic Center, Razavi Islamic Center in Hamilton, and our new community center, which is only a year old, in Barrie. That is Zainabia Community Center, beautiful church, 125-year-old church. If you get a chance, you know, we'll go and visit it one day. In fact, I was thinking that we'd spread these different conferences across the different centers, but logistically, you know, this was more simpler. But the reason, you know, we signed up for all this is very simple. You know, what I've learned in the last 4 years is that our community here has a thirst for knowledge. It's not only our regular programs. Most of you would have seen Maulana's sermon on Friday. It's attended by thousands of people and heard all over the world, you know, by thousands more. Whether it's the school that I referenced, 800 students in the school, our own school here. Madaris, we have 1,700 students in our madarises, across the 5 madarises. I can go on and on. Maulana had his book opening around the tafsir. All of you must have seen it. If not, then please take a look at it. There were 1,000 people here. Okay, ICARE, this is the 3rd event. You know, when Sheikh, you were here last year, we opened it up to the community. There were 400 to 500 people who attended. So there is a real thirst for knowledge. In an era where everybody as reference is of great change, you know, we are being driven, you know, in uncertain ways. We are facing some significant challenges. Advancements in innovation, science, technology benefits society, but at the same time, it creates challenges. We've seen that, polarization. If we had the right frameworks for social media platforms, today polarization would not be at the level that it is today. We are an extreme right, extreme left society, and it infiltrates in all aspects of our communities, all the way down to the grassroots levels. And I can go on and on about inequality. Arguably, we've had, you know, the most economic prosperity in the last 50 years, yet inequality is at the highest according to any benchmark. And so when you think about advancements, you have to think about how do we embrace the change by empowering ourselves. And the short answer, know that I'm the most knowledgeable here, but the short answer is knowledge. ICARE takes research. ICARE takes studies among scholars and brings it to our community here, which is why I'm so passionate about it. It empowers our community with knowledge, and as I say, there's a thirst of it. So Sheikh, I know you must be surprised why I keep hosting you, but that's the reason. There's a real thirst here, and you know, you fulfill that element that empowers our community to be able to navigate through these challenges. A warm welcome on behalf of the Toronto community, on behalf of the board of directors, our staff, our volunteers. You'll experience that. If there's anything I can do as a host while you're here, do not hesitate, come directly to me. It's amazing to see so many people all over the world, especially from my own motherland in Africa, East Africa, here visiting us. And we look forward to the next few days in terms of, elevating our leadership through the ExCo and disseminating the knowledge through ICARE. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Rizwan Bhai, for that very gracious and generous introduction. Although I just want to call you out on something. You said that when I come here, I bring a lot of energy with me. I would say, actually, when I come here, I would say Toronto brings a lot of energy out from me because you have such a fantastic community here. So, thank you. And thank you for hosting us. So, there is now a program happening downstairs for Eid al-Mubahala that I encourage you all to attend. The ICARE conference will be starting in earnest tomorrow. We have a timetable and a conference booklet with biographies of our speakers, information about the panels. If you just scan the QR code or visit icare.ac/conference handbook, we are really looking forward to this. We've got a lot of exciting new things to show off, both in terms of research and publications, and we're really looking forward to working with our partners here, Shia Research Institute, the JCC, NSIMCO, and all of our esteemed scholars and guests to really deliver an exciting and interesting conference. So if you are able to, please do come down and visit us, and I really can't encourage you enough to attend the community building seminar tomorrow evening. So I'll now hand over to... The men are across the gym. Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. So the gentlemen for the Eid al-Mubahala program, the gentlemen are in the gym across that way, and the ladies are downstairs in the Marhaba Hall. So I just want to say, once again, thank you so much. Rizwan, thank you to the JCC, NSIMCO, and everyone at WF for supporting this. Thank you to our partners, the Shia Research Institute and Maulana Rizvi, for helping us facilitate this and bringing you this conference. And thank you, of course, to all of our speakers and guests. We look forward to seeing you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Please recite aloud salawat.
બેટરી મરી છે.
Recording stopped.